Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the second day of the SelectUSA Investment Summit. Please welcome to the stage the Honorable Fred Volkanczyk, the Executive Director of SelectUSA.
Good morning. I am sure there is no one here who does not realize that success only comes from clearly established goals and objectives that are carefully implemented. Secretary Ross exemplifies that statement. His tireless dedication to hard work and success started early. As a teenager living in New Jersey, he would drive 2 hours each day to attend a college preparatory high school in Manhattan. This work ethic and determination would later allow him to earn degrees from Yale University and Harvard Business School. His experiences in the business world follow much the same pattern. He would see opportunities where others did not, would invest in those companies, and then work tirelessly to transform them into thriving enterprises. Secretary Ross has invested in companies in a wide range of industries around the world, ranging from textiles, coal, steel, banking, and shipping. By working around the world to build thriving companies, Secretary Ross has created tens of thousands of jobs. Referring to Secretary Ross's experiences in the steel industry, the New York Times noted, "There were no outsiders who were willing to step forward and make an investment." An investment banker, Ron Bloom, who negotiated with Mr. Ross for the United Steelworkers, stated, "He went where angels feared to tread." The law establishing the Department of Commerce stated that its purpose was to foster and promote the foreign and domestic commerce of the United States. Through Secretary Ross's work around the world, building thriving companies in a variety of industries is a living embodiment of this mission, and we are honored to have him lead us. Would you please join me in welcoming Secretary Wilbur Ross?
Thank you, Fred. Good morning. Thank you for joining us once again. Tuesday is shaping up to be another great day here at the 4th SelectUSA Investment Summit. But before we begin, I'd like to recap yesterday. There are some great milestones to note at this year's summit. This is the largest ever USA Summit, with more than 3,000 participants registered as of 8 p.m. last night. You should all give yourselves a round of applause. And huge contributors to this success have been our top 10 delegations from China, Taiwan, Japan, India, Canada, Brazil, Korea, Italy, Turkey, and Germany. The only reason I stopped with the top 10 is we'd be here all morning if we listed every single delegation. But we do appreciate everybody who came, including those who didn't this year make the top 10. We hope that next year some of you will migrate up into the top 10. I would also like to recognize again our overseas team, the commercial officers and local staff, for recruiting the largest delegation of foreign firms ever to the summit. Yesterday, we had very productive discussions, including the ones with Mary Barra of General Motors, Jeff Immelt of General Electric, and United Kingdom Trade Secretary Liam Fox. It was great to hear from them as they shared their experiences as global leaders. We also witnessed the very first Summit company investment announcement, an expansion of the French software company Klaxoon. I hope that more of you will also make announcements as we go through today and on into the subsequent time period. We also held an infrastructure symposium where my friend Richard Lefrak discussed the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead as the administration executes the President's infrastructure plans. And finally, we held a recognition ceremony with South Carolina Governor McMaster and BMW Americas for their exceptional and model workforce development programs. Let's give them a good hand. Today, to help kick off exciting events, it's my great pleasure to introduce a close personal friend of mine and fellow cabinet secretary. Upon graduating from Yale University, a relationship that he and I both share, Stephen Mnuchin began his business career at Goldman Sachs. And Stephen later founded several hedge funds and served as chairman and CEO of One West Bank Group, which he sold in 2015 to CIT Group. Recently, Stephen served as finance chair of the Trump campaign, and more recently, he's begun practicing his official signature, which will soon appear on all of our newly issued currency. Hillary and I also extend our congratulations and look forward to seeing you wed your dear fiancée, Louise Linton, on Saturday. So please join me in welcoming the 44th United States Secretary of the Treasury, Stephen Mnuchin. Stephen.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today, and thank you, Secretary Ross, for that kind introduction. I want to congratulate you on the summit and all the Department of Commerce does to encourage investment in the United States. SelectUSA is a wonderful, wonderful program. Before speaking about foreign investment specifically, I want to talk about the administration's domestic economic agenda. My top priority as Treasury Secretary is creating sustained economic growth in this country. Robust investment will help us return to more normal levels of GDP. This will benefit not only all Americans, but also those investing in this country. And so our program for growth is of great importance to this summit. Much needed growth will be achieved through a combination of tax reform, regulatory reform, and trade. It has been over 30 years since we have had comprehensive tax reform in this country. During that time, the tax code has filled with loopholes and exemptions that distort the market and make our system uncompetitive. Right now, we have some of the highest business taxes in the world. We tax on worldwide income and have a complicated system of deferral. So it's not surprising that U.S. businesses leave trillions of dollars offshore. We are committed to changing this. We will lower the corporate rate and allow companies to bring back money and invest and create jobs here. Tax reform will be a greater invitation to those in the audience to build and grow business here in the U.S. I am confident that this will be accomplished. On the regulatory side, Treasury recently published a report in response to one of President Trump's first executive orders. The report makes a number of recommendations to improve financial regulations and is focused on banks and credit unions. Treasury considers foreign investment in the U.S. banking system to be helpful in diversifying the financial system and propelling economic growth. Foreign banking organizations represent 20% of our banking system and provide as much as 1/3 of our business loans. Several of our recommendations were aimed at encouraging such investment in the U.S. banking system. We proposed revising thresholds for certain prudential standards to allow foreign banking organizations to follow U.S. rules properly tailored to their U.S. footprint. In implementing these reforms, we will increase credit and liquidity in the market while still protecting the taxpayer. Our open investment conditions have great potential to complement our trade reform efforts. We will modernize NAFTA and complete our review of trade deficits. This administration, including Secretary Ross and myself, has moved quickly to establish the comprehensive economic dialogue with China. We have already announced commitments from China that will remove long-standing trade barriers to U.S. financial services and agricultural products, allowing these American businesses to participate in the world's fastest-growing consumer market. The reopening of China's market to American beef is an example of the results-oriented approach this administration has taken in our engagement with China. We will continue to work towards arrangements that expand U.S. opportunities for U.S. workers, business, and consumers. Finally, I want to talk about the President's plan for infrastructure spending. Working with foreign investors is going to be a critical part of any plan that we put forward. Public-private partnerships are crucial to ensuring that American taxpayers does not bear the full cost of any proposed program. These partnerships are crucial to ensuring that projects are completed on time, on budget, and to the highest standards. Now I would like to speak directly to the foreign investors in the audience. The United States is one of the world's most open investment environments and will remain a leading destination for international investment. The reform program we have put forward is going to make the U.S. an even more attractive place to do business. This is a country with an unwavering commitment to the rule of law and protection of property rights, including intellectual property. Those investing here should have no doubt that their investments will be safe and secure. Ours is a dynamic and diversified economy with strong fundamentals. American business and households are increasingly optimistic about the future, with measures of confidence surging to their highest levels. The U.S. has one of the highest levels of labor productivity in the world. We believe that more robust investment, strong labor markets, and regulatory relief will drive this even higher in the years ahead. Ours is a highly innovative and entrepreneurial culture, and U.S. business are quick to identify new opportunities. In recent months, capital spending has picked up in anticipation of accelerating U.S. growth. Non-residential fixed investment jumped 11% during this year's first quarter. This includes a 28% surge in spending on structures and very solid increases in equipment and intellectual property. Because of this improving environment and tax and regulatory reform, we expect more companies to produce in the United States. This is an opportunity to export from America while also selling within the country. Your investments in the United States are an important part of our program to create wealth and jobs in this country. I would like to conclude my remarks by speaking about the Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States, known as CFIUS. Commercially driven investments offer significant economic benefits for our country, which is why today's event is so important. But it is also the government's responsibility to ensure the protection of national security. CFIUS is the body that reviews mergers, acquisitions, and takeovers that could result in a foreign control of a U.S. business to identify and address any national security concerns. This is an important tool for the protection of U.S. national security. The process involved is both rigorous and fair. We recognize that business need confidentiality and efficiency, and by law, CFIUS does not publicly disclose information provided by parties to a transaction, nor does it reveal the fact that parties have submitted the transaction for review. By statute, CFIUS must reach a conclusion within 30 to 75 days. I want to emphasize that we make our evaluations looking at national security as our guiding criteria. We do not screen by industry or make blanket pronouncements. The reality is that the vast majority of transactions reviewed in the CFIUS process go forward without difficulty. This is because the vast majority of foreign investments in our country do not pose unresolvable national security concerns. CFIUS's transaction-by-transaction approach allows for a more precise evaluation of the national security risk posed, taking into account all the relative facts and circumstances. Our open process is a testament to the fact that we recognize the profound economic benefits of foreign investment. From manufacturing and infrastructure to financial services and technology, Americans benefit from having industrious and entrepreneurial foreign investors partner with us. This is an exciting time to be doing business in America, and this summit is a step in making investment and growth a reality. So on behalf of the President and the administration, I want to welcome you to this fantastic summit, and I want to encourage you to invest much, much more in our great country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ms. Nancy McLernan, the President and CEO of OFI, the Organization for International Investment.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. The Organization for International Investment is the only association uniquely representing foreign companies operating in the United States. We are devoted to advocate on behalf of our members to policymakers at all levels of government. Of the 6.4 million Americans that get their paycheck from foreign companies every day, more than 1 million of them are our member companies. That is why I am so pleased that Secretary Ross, Secretary Mnuchin, and other top cabinet officials highlight the importance of global investment to the U.S. economy and workforce at this flagship event at our nation's capital. Signifying the importance of FDI to the administration, Secretary Ross's first appointment was naming Fred Volkancic to fill the top vacancy at SelectUSA. It was also great to hear yesterday the Secretary announce next year's dates for the summit. Clearly, the United States appreciates foreign direct investment. Last week, I had the opportunity to visit one of our member companies, Novo Nordisk. I went to a facility in Lebanon, New Hampshire, which is about 10 miles down the road from Dartmouth College, where workers are producing life-changing drugs for children and adults around the country. I think the history of this facility provides a powerful story on how foreign direct investment can make an enormous impact on local communities. So before the Denmark-based Novo Nordisk acquired this struggling facility, all but 17 employees had been laid off. Not only did Novo Nordisk hire back many of the workers that had originally been laid off, they have subsequently reinvested and are expanding the facility, employing thousands. That venue was the perfect backdrop for New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu to make history as the first governor in the country to issue an open investment policy statement. That declaration stands as a powerful symbol to the world that New Hampshire is open for business and committed to working with foreign headquartered companies to help them succeed in the US market. Governors Tom Wolf of Pennsylvania and Matt Bevin of Kentucky, who you heard from yesterday, have both issued similar statements. And in the coming weeks, we understand other governors will be issuing open investment statements. So for the companies in this room who are evaluating where to invest in the US, when you're meeting with economic developers at this summit, and even afterwards, you should ask, is their governor planning to issue an open investment policy statement? It is an important declaration, and the unique challenges that you will face as a foreign headquartered company. It's also a pledge for them to treat you fairly and equally and to not disadvantage you because of your global heritage. Open investment policy statements are a clear sign to investors that a state wants to help them succeed. My trip to Lebanon, New Hampshire underscored another important point about global investment. Rural communities offer great opportunities for global investors. And in fact, the advanced manufacturing jobs global investment provides can be found in every corner of the country. And that is the power of our increasingly connected world. I am honored to introduce the next panel, which may be one of the best that you'll hear from at today's event. Kenny McDonald of Columbus 2020 is a leader in attracting foreign direct investment. He's going to moderate an expert panel of global business executives who are on the cutting edge of a knowledge economy. Meeting consumer demands in our digital age is what they strive to do on a daily basis. In addition to Kenny, please join me in welcoming two executives from our member companies, Mani Iver from the India-based Mahindra, Judith Marks from Germany-based Siemens, and they are joined by Laura Lane from UPS. Kenny, over to you.
Thank you, Nancy. Let me first say a great thank you to all the attendees here for the final day of the SelectUSA conference. It has been a fantastic event for several years, and this has been just another example of how the economic development community comes together, and I hope that all of the companies that have joined us from around the world are having a fantastic time learning a lot, and I'm excited for today's panel. I am the president and CEO of Columbus 2020, which is a regional economic development group in Columbus, Ohio. I work with Jobs Ohio, our state organization, as a key partner and a major sponsor of this event, something that our state believes in wholeheartedly is attracting foreign investment and increasing trade and global engagement around the world. And I've been an economic developer for over 20 years, and so the title of today's panel is also something that's near and dear to my heart. It is an era, certainly an era of growth. We are growing very quickly. We have great opportunities, but it's also an era of disruption and transition. And I think we have a terrific panel today to have a conversation about those disruptions, the opportunities that that's creating for companies around the world within the U.S. market. So again, I want to say thank you, and I look forward to the discussion. I have with me Mani Iyer, who's the president of Mahindra USA, person who's going to introduce himself in just a moment, but a terrific friend and somebody who serves on Department of Commerce panel. Judith Marks, president of Siemens USA, and Laura Lane, who's the president of Global Public Affairs at UPS, one of our most important U.S. companies, helping companies deliver goods around the world. I will ask Manny to kick us off with just an introduction further of the company and himself, followed by the others, and then we'll dive into some questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Kenny. Good morning, folks. I'm blessed to be here, part of the distinguished panel and the distinguished audience. Mahindra has its presence with a clear vision and commitment since 1994. And it was sheer hard work and collaboration that we started very small at around 315 tractors per year. Of course, today we are 100 times more that number. But our story goes back, way back to 1945, when we partnered with the US to launch the iconic Willys Jeeps serving the GIs during the World War II. And then in 1963, we again partnered with International Harvester of the US and got tractors, American innovation, back to India and started our tractor division in India. And it circled back. This is what I call as reverse innovation, where we got these tractors back, immersed with the American history, back into the US. So we have been headquartered in Texas. Houston is a wonderful city. We get a lot of collaboration with the Economic Development Council, the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. One of my colleagues, Jagdeep Ahluwalia, is here. Judge Immelt, the Harris County judge. It's a wonderful place, diverse talent, port, very accessible ports, airport which goes very international, and in general, wonderful people to work with. So Mahindra started its journey in a very small way, but we never lost our vision and our long-term commitment to this market. We are over a period of time, we are now the #1 selling tractor company in the world, and we sell a ton of tractors across the world, starting, as I said, with the US. But whatever we do, what is behind the success of Mahindra is what I call as a dealer delight and a customer delight. This is our core value. And behind this core value is what we call it as Mahindra RISE philosophy of accepting no limits, alternative thinking, and driving positive change in the lives of the stakeholders to enable them to rise. RISE is core to Mahindra. It is in the DNA of Mahindra. It's nothing new. We have been probably following the RISE principles, but it just came out so strong in the last few years that we connect back, give back to the communities. At the end of the day, we have to invest in the future. We invest in people, we invest in processes, we invest in technology. We give back scholarships to high school students. We also collaborate with leading universities and educational institutions to collaborate to come up with cutting-edge technologies. And also, I Make America is to build awareness of manufacturing, which we all talked about in the last 2 days in this country. And following those principles are very important to sort of spread those principles across the market with the dealers and with the customers. Our dealers, our supplier partners are spread across the US. And they are from the mid-size to small-size industry. And they are in rural America, which is a backbone to the US economy. All these things are extremely critical for a company to invest and serve the communities. Now, when we talk about serving the communities, we also need to honor those who serve us. We collaborate with organizations in the US to recruit veterans, to have this transition from the military background to the civilian society. Their work ethics, their collaboration, their commitment is second to none. Another element which is very important for Mahindra is driving positive change. It is very important for any company to give back to the community. We have junior achievement, we collaborate with American Heart Association. We also have disaster relief efforts. When Mother Nature strikes, we give our products and services to the market to see how we can support the community. So we had a terrific growth for the last few years, and I'm pleased to announce lately we also were awarded the US Communities Contract, which opens us to the 90,000 public agencies, educational institutions, and nonprofit organizations. This is how US is. It's a level playing field. You get to play among the competition and participate in this economy. So success has come to Mahindra in the US. And we have 7 group companies in the US. We have invested billions of dollars, and we have also created a lot of employment in the US economy. Our companies are Mahindra Tractor Division, headquartered in Texas. We have Mahindra Finance, which is wholesale and retail arm for the Mahindra dealers and customers. We have Mahindra Gen Z, the first electric connected scooter and bikes manufactured in Troy, Michigan. We also have Mahindra North America, Automotive North America, which is a global research and development organization in Detroit, Michigan, soon to start manufacturing of utility vehicles. While we sell tractors to this market, we also have a manufacturing unit of utility vehicles in Batesville, Arkansas. We have Tech Mahindra, which is pioneering in internet technologies, mobility solutions, business consulting, and more. We have Mahindra Bristol-Cone in California. It's a special advisory and a premier institution for supply chain analytics. Last but not the least, we have Mahindra Aerospace, which is aircrafts, and soon to put a factory somewhere in the US. So these are the companies. Again, we have invested a lot of dollars in this market. We have generated employment, direct and indirect, more than 9,000. And we have decided to double down on our business and grow our business in North America. I appreciate this opportunity, and I will look forward to more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manny. Judy?
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Judith Marks. I'm the CEO of Siemens here in the US. And while many of you may know us as a German company, we're actually US local. We've been here for 160 years since our entrepreneurs started the company in Berlin. We've been in the US. We have 50,000 employees. We're located in every state in Puerto Rico. And I'm proud to say we have 60 manufacturing facilities online and operating today across all of our product lines that Siemens serves. You know, this is a great conference because when I was asked to speak, I thought, you know, we are so invested in this country. I wanted to share some of our investments and some of our experiences, which have been very positive. The US is Siemens' single largest market. Last year, we did about $24 billion of revenue here, more than Germany. 50,000 employees, as I said before. But what is more important is, to us, the US really is the home of digital. And so about 10 years ago, we started investing in software companies here in the United States. And through last month, we've invested $15 billion in software companies, including we just acquired Mentor Graphics in Oregon, a big engineering automation company. And the reason I tell you this is because we saw the change coming in the industrial economy. And for us, we invested over a decade ago, continued to invest, and still do that today, not just to automate our factories, but to be able to serve our industrial clients here in the US and throughout the world. We've also, though, become a net exporter. And we exported last year $5.5 billion of goods that were manufactured here in the United States to other parts of the world, because the skills here in the United States for advanced manufacturing and for engineering and R&D are just tremendous. And I think you will find the workforce is dedicated. This gives us global reach, and we just have the ability to continue to grow. This week and next week, we're actually announcing expansion plans. One of our facilities in Grand Prairie, Texas, I'll be at on Friday, where we're cutting the ribbon, where we're expanding our low voltage circuit breaker line. And we're adding, Texas, yeah. We're adding 100 jobs there and protecting, obviously, all the jobs for employees who were already there. Next week in our healthcare division, our Health and Ears division, we're actually going to break ground outside of Boston in Walpole, Massachusetts, where we're basically investing over $300 million to expand our facility there for diagnostics equipment and adding up to 700 jobs in that region. And we just announced in the South, we're actually announced a joint venture with Chromalloy, because we want to protect our supply chain. We use 36,000 US suppliers in Siemens every day. 36,000 US suppliers. So we have become part of the fabric. But there are times to be able to manufacture here, we need to invest. So we're going to invest $130 million in a brand new state-of-the-art manufacturing facility that will allow us to manufacture blades and vanes for our gas turbines. All of this is great, but it's all based on great skills and great people and a great workforce. So we have brought over the German model of apprenticeship so that we have the ability to fill what you hear of as a skills gap here in the United States and in other places for advanced manufacturing, for digital automation. We've got 50,000 employees, 7,500 of them are software engineers, but almost 10,000 of them are manufacturing technicians, our welders, our machinists. And we need to continue to staff up We have lots of openings, and to do that, we took it on ourselves to start an apprenticeship program modeled after the well-known dual apprentice program, dual track in Germany. We started it in 2010. We believe it's local. We work with the local community colleges. We set up the curriculum. We pay for our apprentices while they work for us. We pay for their tuition at the community colleges, which are great partners in the United States. And then they graduate and have a guaranteed job, an associate's degree, and their certificate so that they can move around and have some portability. We're going to double down this year, so I love that Manny said we're going to double down. We are too at Siemens, and we're going to double our apprenticeship program and move from 4 states to 8 states so that we have greater reach and so that our high school students have more opportunities to pursue technical trades, which is important to any of you in advanced manufacturing. So we're proud to be part of the U.S. We are U.S. local. You'll find us. You'll see our trucks on the road. You'll see us in airports. You'll see us, if you ride the rails, you'll see us in hospitals. And we're part of the fabric here and proud to be part of the digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laura?
I was going to say that's a great segue because Siemens is such a great partner to UPS on so many levels. UPS is a company that has tremendous depth of experience on all things international. We're about connecting every consumer and manufacturer here in the United States to the rest of the world and the rest of the world back here to the United States. We are a company that delivers roughly 3% of global GDP every day and 6% of US GDP every day. And we are engaged in all aspects of the economy. We've got great manufacturers here on stage. UPS is that services company that helps when you need to make it, move it, buy it, or sell it. You need to get those products to everywhere around the world. UPS is in the center of all of those activities. We're a company that maybe isn't quite as old as Siemens, 110 years old, and for us, at the core of everything we do is this idea of innovation. And I'll tell you a story. We started out the company actually doing deliveries by bicycles, and it's so interesting how over the evolution of our company, you know us as Big Brown and our beautiful package cars and our tractor trailers and our brown tails up in the air. And now as we're pursuing new innovation in terms of new ways to deliver, it's interesting that we're going back to our roots and now actually delivering with bikes and trikes and lots of other green solutions. But that's been at the core of our business, figuring out ways to do things for our customer that really captures that innovation and delivers for them smarter, faster, greener, and better. And so in that regard, it isn't just the means of transportation that we're looking at to innovate with, be it through these e-trikes, these new bikes, these alternative fuel vehicles that we're using to deliver anywhere and everywhere in the world, but we're also using this new technology that exists through the internet and through cloud computing and all these new data analytics to find better ways to deliver for our customers. So think about one of the innovations that UPS brought to everyone, and that was the ability to track your package. Think how far that has come through the use of technology to know exactly where what you ordered is in the supply chain in terms of the delivery chain, when it's going to get to your house. I mean, who wants to wait for their package, right? And if you have to return it, you want to know that it's going to safely get back. That's the beauty of all the data that's been infused in the delivery systems that we've used to infuse our networks to be able to deliver smarter, better, faster. But if you're going global, you want to be able to use that technology to ensure that your product, if it's made here in the good old USA, makes it to anywhere else around the world. You need to have that data to follow it across borders and make it safely to that end customer. And that's another example of the beauty of data and the free flow of technology, enabling smoother customs processes to be able to get your products to anywhere in the world. Add to that some of the new innovations in terms of efficiencies being built into our networks, and here's where Siemens is such a great partner of ours, figuring out ways to move those packages faster within our warehouses, within our sorting facilities, and getting them to the end consumer faster, using robotics and new automation technologies. And then once it's on the road, think about all the cool new technologies so that you're maximizing the route that drivers are taking, using data to plan the smartest routes for any delivery of any package, maximizing every single moment in the supply chain. And that's what UPS is all about. It's about driving that innovation so that you can have the best delivery service from here to anywhere else in the world. But fundamental to it all, you can have all the coolest technologies and all that innovation built in to your networks and your systems and your operations. But as my role dictates, you know, what's fundamental to it all? The right kind of policy environment. You gotta have good government policies, because you can have the best technology, but it can't do anything if you don't have the policy network to support it. You can't fly drones. You can't automate like you want to. You can't run green technologies. You really can't modernize customs processes if you don't have the right policy framework. And so that's where this great partnership has to continue to coexist, so that we bring the best of technology with the right policy framework to the benefit of consumers. And UPS is out there advocating for just that. Last point I'll make is just about our people, since you all touched upon it as well. Our company may be the coolest technology company, the best logistics company, but you know what it all comes down to? We have great people. We have the best drivers who deliver with a smile, deliver efficiently. We have the best technology people in our company that are always looking to innovate. And because of that, we feel a particular responsibility to invest in our people. And we invest in training programs to ensure that when they're on the roads, they're the safest in the industry. When they're in the air, we've got the best aircraft maintenance people, making sure that nothing ever goes wrong with our packages, our people that are up in the air. We invest in ways to ensure that if someone joins our company just out of high school or out of college, they see the opportunities to move up in management. My CEO is a classic example of that. 42 years with the company. He started out as a preloader in Mississippi and found lots of opportunities to grow with our company. We want our company to be that for everyone in today's day and age, to see lots of opportunities. And last but not least, we believe we have a commitment to our communities to help bring veterans into our organization, as well as train the next generation of technology managers and innovators. And we're constantly looking to partner with universities to find ways to develop that talent and bring them into UPS, and or give them opportunities to work with us while they're getting those advanced degrees to help our customers grow. And so with that, I look forward to some more questions about all the innovation we have underway.
Thank you, Laura. Terribly impressive group of companies that have scaled crosses all the state borders in the United States. I wanted to start with Judy and just kind of dive in, maybe start broadly, and then we'll drill down a little bit more to some of the public policy issues and stuff. Judy, Siemens has been at this for a while, and you've been a leader, a thought leader in talking about Industry 4.0, the Internet of Things, for a long time. And we seem to be getting to a tipping point. We seem to be getting where it's you're reading more about it, you're seeing it more, it's more visible in the home or on the street or on the factory floor. Tell us what you think is accelerating this change and transformation in industry in particular.
Yeah, thank you. It's you know, these are fascinating days. I'm an engineer by background, so I've been watching technology develop for 33 years now, since leaving university, and I've never seen the pace of change as fast and as agile as we're seeing it now. And I'm talking about the industrial internet, and we are seeing it being pervasive. Half of the world's data was created last year for the entire history of the world. The impact and the volume and the sheer magnitude of data that's being created is overwhelming. But less than 0.5% of that was actually used or put to use. So the challenge, and Laura, you got it straight, you hit it straight on. The challenge is intelligently using information. We have really focused, we have an entire software suite with 140,000 customers around the globe. It does everything from design automation all the way through to automated manufacturing through additive manufacturing, which many of you may know as 3D printing. And what we've done is we believe that all product development is now moving. You asked about a tipping point. We're past the tipping point. Where I used to measure things in months, I'm now measuring them cycle times in hours and maybe days. But where we believe products are now going to be born digital. And what that means is you're going to have a digital twin for your product as you go through your product's life cycle. So for those of you who have a product versus a service offering and who want to bring that product to the US, you want to find a state where you can set up advanced manufacturing, hire the best you can. As you approach that, the foundational level of that is not the factories of the past. There's not a lot of heavy manufacturing that happens. There are more computers on the shop floor today than there are tools, presses, and other equipment that you're used to seeing. And if there are the tools and the presses, they have microcomputers built in them. So we're seeing that data is going to be created. Your product is going to be developed and have a digital twin throughout its life cycle. From its invention will be digital. It won't be drawn. It'll be invented on a computer with you using tools. As it goes through manufacturing, it will have all those unique attributes and metadata that it needs. As you ship it and or print it, it will keep that, and it will keep it for the life cycle so that you will have the ability to understand exactly what parts are in your equipment, everything from how it should operate, what the impact would be if the operations go a little skew. You can remotely diagnose it, and we believe you'll get to prognostics so that as your fleet is deployed, whether it's tractors or aircraft or potentially, very small devices, you'll have the ability to know how it's performing and to be able to tune it. But to do that, we think you need an industrial Internet of Things as opposed to the current Internet, and we think it needs to be open. And so we think that where the industry is going versus where really the consumer already is everything's going to become app-based. Yeah. And it may be on your phone, but it could be anywhere because it's going to be cloud-based and app-based. And we are rolling out actually an open API and an open Internet of Things operating system. We call it MindSphere, that will allow anyone to develop an app. It could be a university student, could be a shop floor supervisor, could be our competitors. Anybody can develop an app because we want data to be driving good analytics and good decision making. Mm-hmm. And with that decision making, any of you who decide to really bring your business here to the United States, or more importantly, grow your business in the United States, as you've heard all three of us talk to, you will then have the ability to make smart decisions to drive your top line and drive your bottom line.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Manny because you may see this transition from a different perspective. You're seeing it from the plant floor. You're making things around the U.S., around the world, and talk about how that's transforming your workforce. As there's an incredible amount of responsibility that comes with the tools that you now have. How are you transforming the company and the workforce to meet the demand of this new era?
I totally agree with Judy. Digital is a new reality, and we have to embrace digitization. Everything we make has got a value with sensor embedded intelligence, where you can track, trace, monitor, analyze, and there are a lot of transformation going on within our company in terms of supply chain, and I will touch base on the workforce development, the workforce which has to prepare for the supply chain transformation. The trends, as Judy talked about some of the trends, we are also monitoring those trends. You talk about blockchain. Blockchain is going to go beyond financial transactions to supply chain transformation. You talk about machine learning, and it's an intelligent learning where right from birth of a product, with planning, forecasting, warehouse management, demand planning, material resource planning, and to the dealers and to the customers, you have to track and trace and be smart about it. We are also implementing something called as telematics pilot, where you have sensor tags on every tractor, on every part of the value chain, and then it goes through the locator, and then goes to the cloud connector, where you can then track to the dealers and to the consumers. And this is important because a lot of things, predictive analysis, you can predict failures and reduce downtime and give those utmost satisfaction and efficiency to the dealers and the customers. Data, in my opinion, is the new oil. We have to take data, explore data, make it refine data to products, which will then help us to predictive analysis. As a precursor to warehouse management, we have also done a lot of supply chain optimization. We do business process re-engineering within our companies and prepare this world. Now that brings me to the workforce. We have to prepare this workforce for the new things. So right from the elementary school, we have to talk about coding. Coding is important. Coding is going to be a part of our life. And we have to talk about from elementary school to the middle school to the high school. I see we have this advanced placement. Advanced placement focuses on STEM, which is important. But advanced placement should also focus on computer science. We have to prepare kids from when they are babies, as they grow up to the adolescence and to the company. We have to take them around the digitization. So we partner. We partner with community schools for associate degrees in computers and prepare them for the future digitization. We partner with leading institutes and management institutes. We also have vocational training, apprentice training for these folks who come to work with us. At the end of the day, the process and technology is important. But people, as Laura said, is the most important asset of any organization. You have to prepare these people for the future, and we have to take personal responsibilities as companies in any market to invest and give back to the communities and prepare these folks for the future.
Yeah, Manny, if I may, if I could give the audience a blockchain example, maybe, because I know people kind of notionally understand it, but,
Sure.
but maybe don't understand how it's changing the economy. In Brooklyn, New York, we have set up a microgrid with a startup company, because I think what you'll find is any of us, we were all startup companies. We were all founded by entrepreneurs, and you want to keep that entrepreneurial spirit. So we're working with a small company in Brooklyn, and they've created a blockchain using our microgrid tools, where people who've installed solar power on their roofs have the ability to basically trade utility power with each other without having to go to the actual utility that runs that lower part of New York. And it's a pilot, but I think it's going to be pervasive.
Sure.
And I think power and the utility industry is one of our most core fundamental industries in this country and a great customer of ours, but it's changing radically and quickly.
Absolutely. So Laura, we think of UPS as a global logistics provider, but you've touched on a couple of things, and I wanted to go back to a few of these technologies, 3D printing, blockchain.
Yeah.
You work with big companies, but you also work with a lot of small companies. How are you employing these technologies to serve all of your customers? And what are the things that you're investing in these technologies that are really changing the company?
And I think Judy was touching on it. We may be a logistics company, but at our heart, we have to be a technology company that is really invested in using technology in all kinds of innovative ways. And in fact, we invest about $1 billion every year into our smart logistics network, trying to find new ways to better serve our customers. And so a couple of the examples that come to mind are, Manny, you were touching on telematics. When I started at UPS, I had to drive undercover for 2 months as a UPS driver. It's probably the only time my mom and dad ever understood what I actually did for a living. Because they're like, oh, great, you're a UPS driver. Finally something we can understand. But telematics was integral to how we ensure that our drivers are safe. And also using telematics and a lot of the data we collect as our drivers are on the routes to figure out the smartest way for them to deliver. We don't want them idling. We don't want them sitting at stoplights. We want them delivering as quickly and as efficiently as they possibly can. And so technology is a way that we have been using telematics and our route optimizing network to be able to deliver better, especially for our small and medium-sized customers. We want to be able to deliver in the most cost-effective way possible. If we take time and delays out of the equation, all to the better for the people that we're delivering for. Second example is that example of 3D printing, and you were talking about it, Judy, that it's a way for us to help our customers, particularly those that are innovating in new ways, to be able to cut down on the costs of that manufacturing process. So we are linked up through our UPS store network to a variety of 3D printers across the country. And one of the coolest ones that I got the opportunity to visit with the entrepreneur that was using our 3D printers at the UPS stores is a company that makes prosthetic devices for young kids. Think about a kid that is constantly growing, but they need their prosthetic hand or prosthetic leg to grow with them. 3D printing is a cool new way to be able to grow with the kid, but take the cost that sometimes goes with producing that product out of the equation. And UPS is partnering with companies in those kinds of ways using 3D printing. Another example, blockchain. You were talking about in the energy context. We think about it in the terms of crossing borders, customs possibilities. We're looking at ways to use blockchain to be able to facilitate the movement of goods across borders, securing it every step of the way, from the payment to the certifications to all the requirements that come in getting things across a border that can be done more efficiently and more cost effectively with blockchain technology. And the last is probably one of the ones that's most near and dear to my heart, and it's one that is being deployed overseas right now. If you read my bio, you know my background. I served at the American Embassy in Kigali, Rwanda during the genocide, during probably one of the most horrific times in Rwandan history, and I think for the world in terms of what happened in that country. Fast forward 22 years, I got to go back with UPS where we launched the very first drone delivery service. And what are we doing in Rwanda? We're delivering life-saving blood and medicines in 15 minutes or less to clinics across Rwanda. One of the leading causes of death in Rwanda is actually postpartum hemorrhaging. So can you imagine as a mother giving birth to your child and then being told, kiss your baby goodbye because you're not going to make it. We don't have the blood to transfuse for you to be able to save your life. UPS, in partnership with Gavi and Zipline, is now delivering those blood supplies to the remotest of clinics. And here's the really cool part. We're doing it for $1 a delivery. Talk about a life-saving service that's really making a difference. How proud I was to go with UPS and say, well, this time we're bringing innovation that's going to save lives. But those are examples of where these cool new technologies in very cost-effective ways can make a difference for small and medium-sized companies or make a difference in the grand scheme of things in terms of saving lives.
Absolutely terrific story. I'm going to ask Manny to build on that a little bit. One of the things that's often overlooked as people enter new industries and new geographic markets or political environments, regulatory environments, is the innovation that causes. So as you develop products and services in different parts of the world, you innovate, and you may bring those back to markets you already serve. I'll just ask Manny to drill down on that as a company. What are we learning in India that we're bringing to the U.S.? What are we learning in the U.S. that we're taking back to other parts of the world from your operations?
Absolutely. Well, we talked about the history of Mahindra. We have been doing this for the last 70 to 80 years of sharing innovation, best practices across countries. We know U.S. is cutting edge technology. You have this culture of innovation, the American entrepreneurship, the ingenuity of the Americans here. And we have global development centers. So we have 4 development centers across the world. We have one in Japan for Asia. We have one in India for Middle East and Africa. And then we have one in Finland for Europe. And then one, as we talked about, in the US. So these development centers play a critical role on adapting technologies, looking for new technologies, and then sharing of best practices. Now, we all know, while we talk about deregulation, which is very critical, we talk about how do we do in a comprehensive tax reform. These all policies are extremely critical for any market. We have learned a lot with EPA in the US. EPA is clean energy. We have met all the emission norms with the support of leading institutions and American colleges, helping us to make engines which are fuel efficient. And this EPA-based emissions, we then transfer the technology to other markets to make a clean world. So likewise, there are reverse innovation. We took the technology of American innovation to India, and then we got it back to the US to offer a simple, durable, cost affordable tractor. At the end of the day, the American dream is to own a land and to work on the land they love. So it has to be made affordable. So these technologies, when you go back to India, you sort of rephrase those technology, re-engineer those technology, and get back to the US and then start manufacturing of those products in the US. So sharing of technology, sharing of best practices, and using these global development centers across the world is a path going forward.
Secretary Ross talked a lot about infrastructure yesterday, and it's difficult to keep pace with the change when you're building broad-based infrastructure, whether it's utilities, transportation infrastructure, telecommunications infrastructure. Talk a little bit about U.S. infrastructure, where we are. We know we have deficits, but we also have great advantages. Talk about maybe, Judy, how you're leveraging that and where you see that going.
So to us, infrastructure is more than roads and bridges. It is the grid, it is the water system, it is the rails, it's everything we do. And for those of you that aren't familiar, here at Siemens in our Sacramento, California facility, we actually build a third of all the metropolitan light rail vehicles in the United States. And we built the locomotives for any of you that take the line here from DC to New York on Amtrak, and we delivered 70 locomotives there. All made here with 60 suppliers in 20 states in the U.S. under the Buy America Act. So we believe that there is an absolute demand signal for a more innovative and digital grid, a more stable electric grid. We believe that if you talk to different government entities, we heard both secretaries speak this morning, but for those of you who are new to the U.S., there's the federal government, but there's also state and local. And the mayors of the cities have a lot of say over what they want to do. So while things are federal and at a national level, you're also dealing locally a lot with local requirements. But we believe now is the time and the place for public-private partnerships. And there's a lot of capital available in this market, CapEx investment, a lot of funds that are willing to invest in infrastructure. I'll give you one good public-private partnership example. It's called Brightline. It's a new private rail line that we are part owner of, as well as providing the coaches, the passenger coaches, that's going to go from Orlando, Florida, eventually down to Miami, and open later this year. Totally private. It goes in parallel with I-95, which is in the United States, especially in South Florida, a growing, very heavily trafficked road. So this was done with private funds. And we think this is the start. You hear a lot about electronic toll roads for public-private partnerships. We believe this is the start of additional private investment to drive infrastructure. And we worked for right-of-way, we worked with the counties, we worked with all the local governments. Obviously had to get the Federal Rail Administration here in Washington to agree. So you have to bring an ecosystem together, and you have to all be focused on achieving the objectives, which is safe, low emission ridership, and keeping our cities moving. Or you keep our goods and services moving, right? But we need to keep our people moving too. Mm-hmm. And you see it in Washington, you see it in all of our major metropolitan areas. We need more transit. We need the ability to move people around safely and quickly. But we need to do that in a sustainable way. And I think all of our companies really do address. And when you come to the U.S., it's important you stay true to your values. We call it business to society at Siemens. We've talked about the workforce. We've talked about the different values, but sustainability to us is a core value. And we've made a commitment to be carbon neutral here in the United States, regardless of how many Siemens vehicles you see, regardless of our footprint, our offices, our 60 manufacturing plants. We're going to be carbon neutral by 2030 across the world for everything we do, but here in the U.S.
Kenny, can I
Please.
pick up from that? So as you said, it's about certain other networks. For us, it is about the roads, the bridges, the ports. You know, for us, we're always using all of them. And in fact, 80% of the congestion happens in 20% of the network. If we could invest in just that 20%, we could drive so many economic gains. And we are big advocates for that critical investment now in improving America's infrastructure. And by the way, completely agree, it's about public-private partnership, but UPS is also and more cost-effective. To be greener, we need the infrastructure to support that greener operation of our logistics network. And so innovating in the area of hydrogen vehicles, which emit in place. And the last, the soft infrastructure for moving goods, investing in the customs in the speed of
We build the blades in Iowa and we pull them all together. And they worked with us. You will find the local governments for years we're actually
Let's size companies from around the world. Infrastructure and who you deal with is actually at a state and local level.
With a new business, a new place, it has to be long term. There will be some significant investing. So partnerships, whether it is at local level, you partner with dealers, you partner with customers, you also partner with, like you talked about, the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce in Greater Houston and the local economic development centers. It is your ask. We believe that you have to go and seek information. And also, they introduce you to other companies in the region. So you can visit those companies and instead of going through the learning curve, you can probably have some education of what went right, what could have gone wrong, so that you are prepared for those futures. So the associations in Houston, across Texas, has been amazing. We have 5 distribution centers across assembly and distribution centers, whether it's in Chattanooga, Tennessee, whether it's in Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, whether it's in Lyons, Kansas, in Oliverhurst in California. All these folks, we have partnered with the local economic development center. There is a lot of stories of Mahindra in Detroit. Detroit is a wonderful community. We all know what Detroit has gone through in the last few years. So we have made strong commitment, and the economic development center there has helped us to put so many things together. In fact, we are launching a new plant to make the utility vehicles along with what we do in Batesville, Arkansas. So it is important for us to go and seek information and also visit companies around that place to get more of what to do to build for the future. So this has been an awesome journey for us.
Build on that at all?
So on the state and local level, I mean, UPS is all local. That's all we do, is we deliver locally. And so the partnership for us with the mayors and the local councilmen and the state legislators is critically important in terms of driving a lot of the solutions that we need to see to be able to deliver smarter, faster, and greener. And so some of the partnerships that we've had have been developed through the course of dialogue and sharing with them how we do what we do and what support we need to be able to do it better. So one of the big focuses for us right now, we're launching a cities initiative to try to work with the mayors and local city planners to be able to deliver in ways so that we're not getting in people's way. You're not stuck behind a UPS Brown package car. You're happy that that package car is there and it's delivering the just-in-time things that you've ordered or need. And we're finding that by talking about what we need to accomplish and what they want to see as the outcome for more livable cities, By working together, we're coming up with innovative new ways to deliver by having our package cards off the roads or parked on the side, and then using innovative solutions like these e-trikes to deliver in congested cities. I would say that, just to reinforce what Manny said and what Judy said, that it is about making the ask. It's about going in and talking about your business and some of the challenges you face, because what we've found is every door is almost universally open because they want what we're bringing, which is jobs and economic growth and opportunities. And if you approach them with that kind of spirit, we found every city in America is ready to do business as long as you're coming in with good ideas on how to partner with them.
Judy, maybe just to go a little different route with that is what we think is one of the strategic advantages of the country is the great university network we have for R&D. Maybe talk a little bit about how Siemens has outreach to universities. I mean, you can build on that with your work and what you see as the value of that.
Yeah, there's a whole ecosystem here for R&D, and more importantly, we call it University 360 in Siemens, because we want the relationships with the university leaders. We want the talent that's coming off the campus, which we actively recruit against all other companies. We all want that critical talent for our future, but we also find basic research. So we invest $1 billion a year in R&D here in the United States as Siemens, and as part of that, we do a lot of that with universities. When it comes to applied, we think we have more of the domain knowledge, but in the basic research, autonomy, artificial intelligence, I mean, we have 50 patents as Siemens in machine learning because we've been doing machine learning for 30 years in the industrial space, and yet continuing to advance that basic research is where we work with the universities. So we have a group of key universities we work with. We establish relationships, and the universities are absolutely open to this because they're going through a transformation themselves. They have reach now. They have global reach. They have digital reach, and they want to get involved with you. And you get access from the university president down through the entrepreneurial organizations they have on campus. You know, I talked to a variety. I was at South by Southwest earlier this year, which is a big conference in Austin, and there were 4 of us on the panel. It was chaired by a university president of Texas A&M. There was a venture capitalist, myself, and someone from Harvard Innovation Labs, and we all talked about how to drive entrepreneurship in business and drive new business models beyond just driving technology and innovation disruption. So all of this is happening on the university campus. And then do not forget the incredible community college system we have here in this country. It provides sometimes a launching point for someone to go to university. The admission is less costly for a student to do their first 2 years there if they want a 4-year degree. But we have a tremendous amount of students who just need that 2-year degree. And we need them in the workforce, we need them in the medical industry, we need them across the board. So you're talking tens of thousands of relationships you can have. Again, they're local. And I'll just, one last comment, if I may, on resources, as you talked about economic development. You know, an event like this that the Department of Commerce has put on helps. You heard Nancy talk about AFI for international investment, National Association of Manufacturers. All of these organizations, really, trade organizations or the U.S. government, all provide websites, all provide people, all provide guidance to help you get started. And then, you know, we all view we have a role in this ecosystem as large companies, and we're here to work with you too, either as our suppliers or to give advice.
Let me just say, and thank you for that. I've been an economic developer for over 20 years, and we want to be a navigator and help you make those connections to community colleges, to universities, to public policy officials that may need to make those changes. I'll flip that a little bit and say that this era of transformation and disruption also requires a navigator at the heads of the companies. Sure. And we got great examples here on this panel, but we'll take the final 5 or 6 minutes here and maybe just talk about leadership through this era transformation and disruption, and how it's changing your daily life and how you're looking at things. Obviously, it's coming not only at your workforce fast, but it's coming at you and your board of directors and your leadership very quickly. How are you dealing with that? And maybe just speak about leadership, which at the end of the day, that's what it all comes down to. Laura?
I was going to say, to lead at this moment in time, you have to be incredibly flexible. You can't have 100% certainty in making any kind of decision, and you have to accept that. And because, as Judy said, everything's changing so quickly, so fast. The data you had a minute ago is different from the data that you've got 5 minutes later. And so I think it's really important to have a very clear sense of mission and purpose, and then be able to navigate through a lot of the changes, surrounding yourself with a lot of ideas. For us at UPS, the way we lead well is we have a very diverse and inclusive kind of management team, and a philosophy in the people that we hire, so that we're getting lots of different ideas from a lot of different perspectives, so that drawing on those, we can find good ideas to take forward. The other critically important part of leading during this moment in time is learning to fail, but fail fast. It's okay if you make a mistake, because you can't fail ultimately if you just learn from that and then keep going. I think that's something that's really important. It's hard to do, because you're taught that you're always supposed to succeed, and if you're a leader, you never fail. When the reality is, the greatest leaders are those that learn from their mistakes, but find a way to keep going, and find ways to draw on the inspiration of others and the ideas of others to take things in new directions. I think it's actually probably one of the most exciting times to be leading. It is daunting to grapple with all that change, but exhilarating, because it's never a dull moment. You always get to innovate and create as long as you embrace that change in that positive light.
Well, you and I were talking about risk backstage, so I'd like you to talk about that.
Yeah, that's right. And then there is nothing perfect, Laura. I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
Risk-taking is important, and a failure will happen. We all also learn failure is not an option. But at the end of the day, failure teaches you a lot of things. You have to have that gut feel, and you have to take risk in life. Another thing, which is collaboration. The organization is a gamut of so many people. And each one of them have got the expertise. So it's empower people, learn from them, give them an open, and at the same time have a good career path discussions. Each one of us want to grow in life. So it's important that you have this open platform of talking to people and using the best practices and collaborating with each other. Last but not the least, servant leadership is extremely critical. I've learned a lot of servant leadership from this market, giving back to the communities, and just be normal, be natural. You don't need to prepare yourself. You don't need to script yourself when it comes to leading. You just be a normal, and we have seen many examples from this country, from the administration here, of how being normal helps you to communicate with people at a very even level. Just to touch one point which Judy mentioned about collaboration and partnership with universities, we have to prepare the workforce for the future, not just for the US, but for the world. So what we do as Mahindra, we partner with community colleges and universities and institutions here, take people, young folks from here to India, and have a 2-year curriculum with them. We take dealers and their mechanics and their next level, the second succession planning generation to India, and sort of teach them as to what is the world, and take them across the globe to many other markets and bring them back to the US. And that gives them new ideas. So again, coming back to the leadership, extremely critical for you to be a normal and take risk. And nothing is perfect at the end of the day. All ends well.
Judy?
Well, I agree with both of my colleagues here. The only thing I'll add is adapt and become digital. If you don't, the market will pass you by, your employees will pass you by. So while it may not be in some of your natural inclinations, learn how to use social media tools, learn how to become digital, understand the vocabulary and the taxonomy of becoming digital, and start seeing the vision of your company in a digital world, because no matter what you do, it's here now, and it's only going to continue to change and to accelerate.
Just maybe a final lightning round question on the technology that you would bet on that's going to have the biggest change in the next 5 years, going to drive more change, more innovation across the broad set of industries. Judy?
I'm going to do two. Unmanned everything and autonomy, and the second, just the digital industrial economy.
I agree with Judy. The visibility of information, the transparency of the information, and the real time of information across all stakeholders is going to be extremely critical.
I would piggyback on everything autonomous, but also new technologies that are green, because we're all part of one humanity, one world, and we need green solutions, and those are going to be transformative if we're going to continue to advance and grow, but in ways that are greener.
Well, I'll take the final moment to first thank our panel. Please join me in a round of applause for these great leaders. And we'll wrap this up where we began, which is a thank you to the audience, the participants, the companies from around the world that have joined us here to explore ways to invest in the United States, to help us grow our economy, to transition our economy, and to build our communities and our families and individuals up as we move forward. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you around the summit. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Amy.
You are smart. You are creative. You're an inventor. You're an entrepreneur. You've started your own business. For companies large and small, the United States offers an opportunity not only to grow your business, but also to protect your products and ideas. Did you know the United States is ranked the #1 country for entrepreneurship and is one of the easiest places to do business? Free resources are available from websites such as SelectUSA.gov for information about doing business here. For protecting your ideas and products, the United States has laws in place to help you. Registering in the US for a trademark or copyright, or submitting an application for a patent, even a provisional application, can put you on the road to protecting what is yours. No one else should get the credit or the money for what you created. The United States Patent and Trademark Office website has a lot of information available to help you decide which type of protection is best and how to start the process. Whether you have a new idea, new product, new design, or even a new plant, when you come to the United States, protections are available to inventors and entrepreneurs just like you. You've already done the hard part. You may have created something brand new, or you may have started a business. Now there are 325 million people in the United States waiting to see what you've got.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Douglas Peterson, the President and Chief Executive Officer of S&P Global, to lead a session on economic trends and opportunities in the U.S. Joining him are Mr. Brett Himberry, the Chief Executive Officer of IFM Investors, and Mr. Scott Cooper, the Chief Operating Officer and Managing Partner at Andreessen Horowitz.
Thank you for the invitation today to share some time with you talking about some of the key aspects which are making the United States an attractive market for investing. We're going to spend some time this morning talking about some of the conditions of the financial markets in this country, and some of those in particular that make it an attractive market for different types of investors: venture capital, pension funds. We'll look at infrastructure. But let me start by introducing myself, and then we're going to go down the line and each introduce ourselves. My name is Doug Peterson. I'm the President and CEO of S&P Global. S&P Global is an information services company providing debt ratings through our credit rating business, providing information that you know very well every day when you watch across the bottom of television screens, the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones indices. We also have other businesses, in particular recently been looking at infrastructure as well as ESG and green investments because they're becoming very important topics on a global scale. But let me pass it on down the line.
Thanks, Doug. Good morning, all. I'm Brett Hembry, the Chief Executive of IFM Investors. IFM Investors is a global institutional funds manager. We are owned rather uniquely by some 28 Australian, what we call superannuation or pension funds. Our investments in this country at the moment include the ownership of the concession for the Indiana Toll Road, the Colonial Pipeline servicing the east coast of the United States, and in the process of constructing a LNG gas export facility in Freeport, Texas. We also invest money on behalf of around 70 US public pension funds, including the VRS, the Virginia Retirement System in this state, as well as, of course, for many of the Australian industry funds who have been pioneers in things like infrastructure investing.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Scott Cooper. I'm the managing partner for Andreessen Horowitz. We are a venture capital firm based in California, roughly about $6.5 billion of assets that we manage traditionally on behalf of endowments and foundations and other institutional investors. Our job is to find very interesting and innovative entrepreneurs who are doing cutting-edge things in all areas related to computer science or software-based businesses, and looking to apply the application of computer science to, in many cases, traditional industries like transportation or finance or life sciences or other areas. Some of the companies that you may have heard about that we've invested in over time include Lyft, which is a ride-sharing service here in the U.S., Airbnb, which of course is a global hotel and places inventory, Facebook, among others. So we appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning and look forward to talk to you about more things on venture capital.
Great. Thank you. As you know, one of the aspects that make the United States markets quite unique is our capital structure, our very deep, very liquid, complex capital markets, which provide you different aspects to finance companies and finance projects. We have some expertise here today that we're going to explore some of those ideas. But let's start with the venture capital end. What are some of the characteristics that make venture capital special? And why do you think the United States is a market that has become so well known for venture capital?
Yeah, I think what's happened in the U.S. really over a period of about 40 or 50 years has been a willingness and an opportunity for financiers to take risks on entrepreneurs, and then certainly for entrepreneurs themselves to be willing to, quite frankly, risk it all in order to try to build new businesses. And one of the things I think that's worked in the U.S. quite well is a cultural willingness not to praise failure, but to understand that in the process of creating new companies, there often will be failures. We were talking backstage a little bit. If you think about our business, about half of the companies that we invest in, we will lose either all or a significant portion of our money. And the way this business works is there's hopefully a small portion of our companies that ultimately can go on to be very large businesses like a Facebook, like an Airbnb, like a Twitter and companies like that. So the whole business works around this promise that not that we are trying to, be concerned about the opportunity to take those risks, but a willingness to take those risks, and quite frankly, understand that in many cases, in the process of trying to create companies, unfortunately, failure is an often path that we go down on these businesses.
So, Brett, I imagine if you're managing funds on behalf of your investors and your shareholders, I don't think pension funds would only be losing 50% of the investment. So what are some of the characteristics of pension investing, and what are the ways that you think about the fiduciary responsibility you have for your kinds of investors, and what are some of the characteristics that you look at for running your business?
So come back to first principles, you're right, Doug. We ultimately represent pension funds in this country, pension funds in 14 other countries, of course, including Australia, around the world. So those people, and people like me, invest in their public superannuation, their public pension fund. They simply want to get to retirement and be able to afford it. So their return expectations in aggregate is, inflation plus 4%, inflation plus 5%. So we are looking to match the liabilities and the expectations that they have with strong, stable, relatively secure assets, in particular infrastructure. The other thing I should also say is that in representing workers' capital, we believe the way in which we can give ourselves greater confidence that we'll generate that sort of return is that we'll take an active involvement in the actual management and ownership of the company. So, and in so doing, we'll improve the enterprise value by creating more jobs, improving safety, and adding to the communities in which these infrastructure assets are serving a vital purpose. In so doing, you're creating a more prosperous community, which in turn is contributing to the revenue of the enterprise, which is contributing, therefore, to the returns to our underlying workers, which is the capital that we represent. So it's a nice virtuous circle, adding to the returns, but adding to the prosperity of the communities.
You mentioned infrastructure. In another role I have, I'm co-chairman of an executive council at the Bipartisan Policy Center to look at ways to foment and encourage infrastructure investment in the United States. The Civil Society of Engineers says that there's a huge opportunity in the United States for upgrading our infrastructure, whether it's roads, it's ports, it's airports. The rail system is in generally pretty good shape, but across the board, there's a lot of opportunities in infrastructure in this country and ways that the federal government, that states, cities, et cetera, can make it easier and make it faster to be able to realize this opportunity. You have actually lived some of those opportunities, and you mentioned in your opening comments that you have investment in the Indiana toll system. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that investment, what it's meant, what are some of the characteristics about the investment and how well it's gone for you?
Sure, and just to the first point that you also made around the infrastructure needs of this country more broadly, and I'll certainly come to the Indiana Toll Road as what we believe to be a great case study. There are, in essence, three core strategic issues that this country and many other countries face. That is, you want to elevate growth, and at the moment it's running at sub the long-term average for the United States, which is closer to around about 3.2%. So how does the administration and others get the growth rate up when fiscal and monetary policy is otherwise quite constrained? Then to your point, Doug, there is clearly a massive infrastructure funding gap. It's estimated to be around about $2 trillion. And again, the administrations that have normally funded that are constrained in their ability to invest in that $2 trillion. And then the other perverse thing is that you've got the pension fund system in this country, a lot of which is defined benefit, that have got a funding gap that's estimated to be about $1.2 trillion. And in a low return environment, it's really difficult for them to fulfill that funding gap. So you could bring those three things together. How do we have the pension funds contribute to the infrastructure needs of this country and in so doing drive economic growth and growth in jobs? And it's a paradox that we think can come together under a model we're calling the pension-public partnership, rather than the public-private partnership, a new form of P3, where pension capital invests in infrastructure in partnership with the public to create that growth in GDP and in jobs. The case study in a country that loves case study for us is the Indiana Toll Road. Where we have a 36-year concession there, and we've invested more in the last 12 months than has been invested in that toll road since it was built in 1950. And in so doing, we've improved the road surface, we've reduced the traffic incidents by about 30%, therefore there's less congestion, therefore there's more people using the road, therefore there's better revenue, and it's all come at quote-unquote at no cost to the Indiana taxpayer. That was from the former governor, the now Vice President, Pence. And so it's a great example of this pension-public partnership actually, in our case, driving great returns for our investors, but also in a responsible long-term manner, adding to the community, and it's a pretty big community, the safety, and adding to the returns at no cost to the taxpayer. And we'd love to see more of that case study emulated throughout the country at a time when the country's clearly looking to private sector to partner in the infrastructure needs of the country.
So let's think a little bit about business models. I'm going to turn to you now, Scott. Sure. If you hear that in this infrastructure opportunity, this is for pension capital, it's longer term patient capital, there's clearly a need to match the assets and the liabilities for the investors and the savers over a longer life cycle. Your business model is a little bit different when it comes to the investor side, but why don't you share with us how do your investors and how do you think about your business model there, and then let's find a couple of case studies as well.
Sure. So maybe just to give you a little bit of perspective on sizing to start with, so you have a sense of when we're talking about the venture capital industry. In the US, the venture industry raises somewhere between $30 and $40 billion a year, roughly, from institutional investors, and invests about $50 or $60 billion. So when you think about this in the context of other asset classes, hedge funds, for example, in the U.S. are roughly $3 trillion in assets under management. Private equity probably invests order of magnitude $250, $300 billion a year in the U.S. in terms of buyouts. So venture is a very, very small slice of the overall pie. And to Brett's point, many of our investors have the same overall financial goal that his do, which is they have to be able to kind of beat, CPI and earn a rate of return over time. And the way they think about kind of venture capital in the context of an overall portfolio is very high kind of alpha generating assets. So at scale, if we do our jobs right, we ought to be able to return, kind of 25% net IRRs back to investors, right, over, long periods of time. So these funds are often typically 10, 12-year funds. But if you can think of venture capital in the context of a broader portfolio, you have listed equities, you probably have infrastructure components. Venture tends to be the kind of very high alpha and high return generating asset class that people are looking for. So the leverage, hopefully, that venture capital brings is, despite the fact that it's relatively small dollars, it actually accounts for a very significant amount of job creation and actually market cap creation in the US. So if you look at public companies today, almost a quarter of the market cap of public companies today originates from venture-backed companies, and about 50% of the research and development spend in the US also comes from venture-backed companies. So you've got an asset class that's very small in terms of nominal dollars, roughly about 0.3 of a point of overall GDP in the US here, but that's kind of contributing in a very outsized manner both to institutional investor returns as well as to growth opportunities in the US.
Mm-hmm. Going a little bit to the case study, you are part of the Silicon Valley ecosystem, so to speak. It goes way beyond Silicon Valley. Right. There's other parts of the country. I live in New York, and there's now a lot of startup and venture capital in Brooklyn and in Chelsea. So we're seeing in New York trying to claim credit for it these days, as they always do. But when you go to the Silicon Valley ecosystem, what was the original Silicon Valley ecosystem, as well as the venture capital, started more with hardware. Yep. It was memory. It was the speed. It was very different, but it shifted. So I think it'd be interesting for those of us here to understand a little bit more about how has the Silicon Valley shifted in the last 25 years, and what were the original investments of your firm, and what are the kind of things you're looking at now?
Yeah, so it's interesting. The name itself, Silicon Valley, obviously harkens back to an era where literally it was silicon chips. So think about that as companies like Intel and others, obviously building fundamental building blocks for servers. I think what's happened over time, and the reason I think venture capital has moved more towards kind of software-based assets versus hardware-based assets, is really a reflection of what's happened in the computing industry. And if you think about that at a very high level, people started with very large physical servers. Obviously, before that, we had things called mainframes, of course, that in many cases still exist and still run vital applications today. But as the cost of a lot of those hardware components have come down, more and more of the intelligence in applications has been written into software. And so software, in terms of its strategic importance and therefore as an investable asset, has grown very, very significantly, really over the last probably 15 to 20 years in Silicon Valley. My partner, Mark Andreessen, kind of coined this phrase called software eating the world, which is really just a fundamental idea of thinking about how automation and software is continuing to permeate more and more traditional industries. So if you're a Netflix viewer, right, Netflix has kind of eaten the traditional content delivery model for Hollywood. Or if you're an iTunes user, right, you think about how iTunes has changed the traditional music industry. What we're seeing more and more is software taking on more traditional industries. We mentioned life sciences. You and I were talking about financial services in some respects. So there's lots of examples of kind of software really kind of, quite frankly, becoming the predominant venture model, particularly in Silicon Valley these days.
I want to ask both of you a question to get some dialogue between the two of you. One of the goals of venture capitalists is the so-called exit.
Yes.
And it's when you want to find a buyer or someone who's going to take a company to a new level. It's a new sense of who's the capital that's going to be involved in the capital structure. Moves from venture might run into different rounds, and then eventually maybe the exit is an IPO. So how do you think about the IPO market? It's actually slowed down a lot. There's a lot of companies that have been holding back, that have not been doing IPOs. There could be various reasons for that. And then the flip side, you're an investor. You buy listed equities. One of your business lines is listed equities. I'd like to hear your point of view about the exit and how you think about that, and then your point of view as an investor. How do you think about listed equities, and what are some of the dynamics that you pick up?
Sure. So in the U.S., probably the most significant thing that's happened in the U.S. over the last 15 to 20 years is a change in the IPO market, as you mentioned. If you think about it, over a long period of time, we used to have about 300 or so IPOs a year, pretty consistently from about 1980 to kind of early 2000s. Over the last 15 years, that number has dropped in a third, so we now have about 100 IPOs roughly on average a year. And the nature of those IPOs has also changed, meaning that we used to have what were called small cap IPOs. So companies that might have $500 million market cap was a very typical size of company to go public. That was a bit more than half of what the IPOs used to look like. Today, fewer than 25% of the IPOs actually qualify for what you would consider small market cap companies. And so what you have is really a couple of phenomena happening, at least in the US, is fewer numbers of new companies going public. At the same time, you also have lots of companies kind of being either delisted or getting acquired in the US. And so what a lot of people have talked about and written about is the fact that over the last 20 years, the number of publicly listed companies in the US has shrunk by almost 50% over that time period. So you have what at least we all think is a very serious issue, in part because we know that IPOs obviously facilitate job creation in the US, and so one of the certain priorities for us from an economic growth perspective is facilitate job creation. It also has shifted more and more of the gains of a lot of these companies into the private institutional base as opposed to public market investors. And so there's a number of issues that this creates, but certainly an area that we're focused on in order to facilitate better IPOs and hopefully more capital formation in the US.
A number of comments from our perspective. We manage money on behalf of those workers around the world across listed markets, unlisted markets, active and passive. So we've got a view that it covers all of those different spectrums. So in the passive business, it's clearly a quantitative decision. But in the active business, both in the listed and in the unlisted markets, so listed equities globally and Australian, as well as clearly unlisted markets like infrastructure. Broadly speaking, we have a view that we're buying a company or buying a share of a company, not just a security. Mm-hmm. And so with that, and then matching that back to our investors' expectations, which they, generally speaking, want to be long-term responsible owners, because they believe that in being long-term responsible owners, you'll add to the enterprise, which will clearly enhance their returns. Now, that's more or less relevant in the different asset classes that we look after. In the case of infrastructure, our view is most simplistically, and we like to try and make the complex simple rather than the simple complex. Our simplistic view is infrastructure is a long-term asset class. And in order to optimise the value of that underlying infrastructure asset, you need to manage it and treat it and set the strategy up accordingly. We're one of the largest owners, or we are the largest owner of airports in Australia. And for anybody that's flown out of LaGuardia and flown into Melbourne, tell me how your customer experience compares. We like to ensure that the customer experience, the jobs that we create, the safety of the workers is fundamentally better as a result of our ownership. Because again, it comes back to our simplistic principle that it's a long-term asset class, and the more we can do to enhance the attractiveness of that infrastructure asset, the more revenue, frankly, we'll generate, the better relationship we'll have with the community, the better relationship we'll have with regulators and government, the bigger license we'll have to invest more money. And that's what we want to do on behalf of our pension funds in Australia and in this country. So it does vary, Doug, across the asset classes, but in general we have a view that long-term responsible ownership is the way to drive optimal value for the underlying people who we represent. And in the case of infrastructure, we therefore intend to own those assets for the very long term. The concession on the Indiana Toll Road, back to that, is 36 years. We expect that we'll own that for the next 36 years to go, for the next 36 years. So let me know how that goes.
I have a question for you on going back to the infrastructure theme then. When you think about infrastructure, and similarly to venture capital, we talked about both of these are ways that create jobs. There's a very important component to these types of investments that create jobs. They're jobs across many different types of roles. It's high-paying, it's well-paying jobs, and therefore different types, blue-collar, designers, engineers, lawyers, et cetera. So one of the arguments in favor of infrastructure in particular is the multiplier effect, that infrastructure not only creates the jobs that when you build and design the infrastructure, but the operation goes on. I'd like to understand from your case study, so to speak, let's maybe talk about airports. Do you have facts that show that infrastructure creates more jobs than the infrastructure itself? What is the multiplier effect that you guys see in your investments?
Yeah, so there's a couple of ways in which I'd, if you don't mind, like to address this. There is the direct multiplier effect, and yes, since we've owned Melbourne Airport in the early 2000s, we've created 8,000 direct jobs in the Melbourne Airport facility. Then there's the multiplier effect. As a result of improving traffic volumes through that airport, there is clearly an impact on the state productivity, in that case of Victoria, and indeed the national productivity of Australia. And that multiplier effect is somewhere in the vicinity of about 1.2. So we have, as investors, actually therefore put more money back into the airports than we've taken out as dividends, because it's frankly in our investors' interest to keep investing in that enterprise because it's adding to their returns. The other thing that I'd like to just touch on in terms of jobs growth, if you don't mind, is that we're also very conscious of the administration here's focus on both infrastructure and the desire to create both growth in jobs and growth in GDP. One model that we're also advocating, to be quite frank, is what's called the asset recycling model. It's probably not the greatest terminology, to be frank, but it is where existing public ownership of assets is leased, not sold, in full or in part to a long-term responsible investor like an investor that's representing pension fund capital, dare I say IFM, and others. The proceeds of that the state owner receives is invested back into creating new social and economic infrastructure, which also creates those jobs that you're talking about. So we will not direct, our capital will be used by the vendor, who is a state entity, to invest in the new hospitals, the new schools, the new roads that either the muni bond market isn't able to serve, or their other financial options aren't available to them. So that's above and beyond the direct impact of our ownership of infrastructure assets. There's also the opportunity to consider, frankly, monetising through leases, long-term leases, of some of the state-owned assets to enable those state governors in this country to then invest in the infrastructure and the jobs creation directly and indirectly that comes with that short-term construction, as well as the long-term productivity enhancements of better roads, better schools, better hospitals.
Great. Continuing with this theme on jobs, and let's go to you, Scott.
Yep.
One of the conundrums of many economists these days is to measure employment levels. Obviously we've reached a very attractive unemployment rate of 4.3%, but at the same time, labor participation is an all-time low as well. And some people are scratching their heads because there is wage growth, and some of the formal economists have been doing studies about the gig economy. Are we missing some of the employment or value creation that maybe isn't getting counted in the right way? Some of your investments like Lyft, and I believe you're also in Airbnb, have created new ways for assets to be utilized, for a car to be used more than just for transportation, to also become a way to generate income for your spare bedroom or for your spare apartment to be used to generate income. How do you think about that, both from the point of view of maybe investments, but then also what about the job creation, and what are we seeing with this gig economy?
Yeah, I think there's two related issues, actually. One is exactly as you described, which is this idea of the gig economy. And for people who may not be familiar with the term, the idea is really people who are effectively kind of, their own independent contractors in many respects. And so as opposed to being a full-time employee for the company, they are able to set their own work hours. They obviously, in many cases, such as in the Lyft case, they have their own asset, their own car that they're bringing to the workplace. And I think you're right, which is if we look at all the numbers, most of the job reports tend to underestimate that because they definitely don't go through the same survey methodologies that they use for traditional employment. So at least as we see things in terms of where we're investing in technology, our view is that is going to continue to be an increasing portion of job creation over time. And it raises, quite frankly, material policy questions too, as to how do you handle those employees with respect to taxes or benefits or other things. And there's certainly some discussions happening in that area. I think the related topic, which also goes to job creation, is the changing skill sets required for many of the new jobs that probably will, quite frankly, dominate the U.S. economy over the next 30, 50, 100 years. And we certainly see in many of our companies that they have tremendous kind of hiring requisitions that go unfilled for very long periods of time for very significant engineering and other related jobs. And one of the things I think that, quite frankly, we could all do better, as an economy here to facilitate job growth would be to think really more critically about job, retraining and re-education training to make sure that the skill sets that in many cases kind of prepared people for jobs that in some cases are being automated through some of the technological innovation we have, that we redeploy those resources in ways that could actually be very productive in the kind of, more software and automation-based economy that we're probably moving to over time.
Mm-hmm. I have almost a little bit of philosophical question for both of you. It's ironic that in an economy that is so gung-ho about starting up and being able to fail and getting the capital to get your business moving and going, and the entrepreneur spirit, the go west young man, let's go to Silicon Valley. At the same time, we have a resistance to private sector ownership of infrastructure. It's a little bit of it's a dichotomy in an economy with that sort of spirit of entrepreneurship, and then the flip side is we kind of resist the government giving up ownership of things like airports and ports. Do you have thoughts about that? I think both of you are representing different investors that are related to that. And I think in your case, in the infrastructure, it's something we've got to think about as we come up with a more modern infrastructure model.
Yeah. You're right. There are unfortunately a lot of examples where private sector ownership hasn't been good to investors and it hasn't been good to users, and we understand that, and that's a reality. The other reality is that in order for frankly, this country to invest in the infrastructure that's required, according to the Engineers Society, it's D+. D+. There is a massive investment that's required, and the federal government has clearly said we don't have the money to do that on our own. One of their 4 principles that was announced in their budget paper last week, or the week before last, was partnerships with the private sector. So there is the economic reality, and I think everybody gets the economic reality. However, there is also the public sentiment that now has to be better understood and frankly appropriately managed, and that's where we think there are a range of potential options as to how the private sector might play a role, one of which is, as I said before, that pension-public partnership. And the logic for us in positioning that is that it is, if you're representing workers' capital and you can show the benefit to the workers because of the impact on their retirement savings accounts, because we're managing money for 70 of them in this country, and you're also net creating jobs for workers because you're owning these assets for a long period of time, and you're improving safety for workers, that's a very different form of private ownership than what they might otherwise be perceiving is the case. So we know that in other countries where that has happened, politicians have been re-elected, believe it or not. Politicians have been re-elected on a privatisation platform. The most prosperous state in Australia at the moment that has had 11 successive quarters of GDP growth ahead of the rest of the nation is the state where the governor, we call them premiers, was re-elected on a platform of privatising the electricity transmission and distribution assets. Believe it or not, he's coming over in a few weeks to tell the story to the governors. And you know, that state yesterday reported it's a $12 billion fiscal surplus in its budget after it's invested in creating hundreds of thousands of places for new school participants at secondary and primary level. So the point is, and he was re-elected on this platform of privatisation, but what we would call the public pension fund partnership. Lease it, don't sell it. Lease part of it, not all of it. Recycle 100% of the proceeds back into new schools, new hospitals, new roads. Partner with long-term responsible capital, not some other forms of capital. And also get the federal government incentive of 15% to add to the sale proceeds that he otherwise got from people like us. And that has changed the national debate. And as a result, the community is happy. The community's got more jobs. They're getting into schools easier, getting into hospitals easier. Investor returns are going up and politicians are being re-elected. So yes, we recognise that there are real challenges in the community support. Everybody, well not everybody, but most people understand the economic rational argument. It's how do we impact and influence with substance the sentiment of the community and indeed their elected officials. And there is another way.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything you said, and I think what's happened in the States, right, is we've always had this very hard line between private and public, right, and I think people have thought about things like roads and highways and airports as almost, quite frankly, public goods in many respects, and I think you're right. What we haven't had are the successes in this country to show that privatization itself is not a bad thing, as long as you have the proper role with government and regulation and other things to ensure that, we're not just talking about pure profit-seeking activities on behalf of the private sector, but we're talking about a partnership that actually does reflect, a reallocation and quite frankly, kind of redistribution of some of the income that comes out of these projects to help create jobs and do other things. And again, you know from having been here for many years, right? I mean, if you talk about privatization of things like Social Security or health insurance, of course, in the U.S., it creates tremendous ire among people. But I think particularly in the infrastructure space, if we can highlight some of these kind of well-functioning use cases where we actually have privatization that's been done in partnership with the government, and government both federal and local, I think people would start to see that this actually is a real opportunity in the U.S. that can accomplish all the goals we've talked about.
One of the most important emerging trends that we see in our business relates to demand from investors for more information about environmental, social, and governance data, analytics, statistics, et cetera. I think this goes back 5 or so, 10 years ago in Scandinavia. It started there from what I see, and it's slowly gone around the world, becoming much more important in Australia, in the UK, in Switzerland, in the United States, et cetera. We're developing products ourselves where we have indices that are low carbon, no carbon. We have infrastructure indices that take these into account. We have launched a green rating, which looks at the long-term green viability of investments in bonds, et cetera. But what are you seeing in the infrastructure field? How much demand are you seeing from your investors, and how have you been seeing more modernized environmental and social and governance capabilities? And then from the venture capital point of view, what sort of opportunities are you seeing, and how many of the investments that are coming across your desk are related to this field?
Well, I don't want to complicate it, but our investors have been, certainly in Australia, which is where we've obviously emanated from and where our largest pool of capital, if you like, resides. It is critically important to them. And it has been for a long period of time. And so it is very much a part of their DNA and very much a part of our investment decision-making process. So if you're going to own a port, as we intend to for 99 years, You need to understand the impact on the environment and the potential impact on sea level rises and what that's going to do for your port. Will you have one? In a few years' time, will it be underwater? And what capacity do you have to influence that in any way, shape or form with dredging or whatever else? So the broad point is that it's been critically important to Australian investors for many, many years. I would say that the Europeans, and in particular the Nordic investors, lead the way in really embracing ESG. And with great respect to the US pension funds and North American pension funds, it has been not as strong an issue, but it is really growing as an important issue for the US pension fund sector, really growing. And clients are very focused on what we're doing environmentally, socially, and from a governance perspective. We'd also add another S in there. Environmental, social and science. The impact of technology on science on these long-term assets. What are driverless cars going to do to toll roads? What is the change in retail going to do to the physical retail networks that are in airports? So in answer to your broad question, very important issue, fundamentally impacts investor returns, so it has to be a focus of the investment decision-making process, and it is a growing issue with the institutional investors in this country.
Yeah, we've seen also in the U.S. here, particularly in the endowment and foundation portion of the institutional investors, it hasn't impacted venture capital per se in many cases, but most of our endowment and foundation clients have some type of ESG policy, and in many cases have done certain things of either divesting out of particular assets that they believe aren't consistent with that. I think the opportunity, at least hopefully, is that venture capital and hopefully aspiring entrepreneurs can actually help address some of these issues through technology. So, we saw in the U.S. A significant amount of venture capital investment geared towards the clean energy space over the last 10, 15 years. Unfortunately, I'd say the track record on that was pretty mixed. I think in many cases probably because just the maturation of the technology wasn't where it needed to be. And many of those businesses kind of relied on government subsidies in many cases in order to be able to kind of fund what were otherwise difficult margin structure businesses. But with the change in technology, particularly if you look in the U.S. here with, the shale revolution and what's happening in terms of, oil prices, I think there's probably a real opportunity for, quite frankly, technology to continue to have a much bigger impact on ESG than it has historically, as the costs of a lot of these inputs, in particular, as you look at kind of, energy reliance and others changes over time, hopefully in large part to increasing sophistication of the technology.
Are there any trends in what you see coming across your desk? What are the proposals? When you look at them, do you categorize them, or is it shifting over time? So what are the things that we should be seeing coming out of the venture capital world? And if you use that as a window into the most cutting edge innovations, what should we be expecting?
Yeah, so we view our job as getting ourselves in front of hopefully the most interesting entrepreneurs who are doing cutting edge stuff, as opposed to us thinking that we're smart enough, quite frankly, to see all the trends. I will tell you, based on what we're seeing though today, tremendous area of excitement around life sciences right now. So we do investing in what we consider the intersection between computer science and life sciences. And if you think about the current generation of biologists and medical practitioners, and many of whom are kind of finishing their education and going into the work world, most of them grew up actually programming computers. And so you've had this natural kind of almost drag of computer science and engineering into kind of an industry that's a very obviously heavy data intensive industry. And so we're seeing companies using things like artificial intelligence to help better predict or diagnose early stage cancer, or if you have cancer, to better predict which drug treatments might be most effective, again, based upon using kind of artificial intelligence algorithms to help inform that. So the application of artificial intelligence more generally to industries, I think, is probably the most exciting thing we're seeing. As I mentioned, life sciences is an area. We talked a little about this, financial services. You're seeing people try to come up with new credit scoring models, people coming up with new kind of, asset classes, again, based on this idea that computers have gotten very good at being able to take very, very large amounts of data and obviously derive insights from them in a way that just, hasn't been able to happen over the last, 10 or 20 years. And some of that is just a function of, again, the maturation of technologies that, quite frankly, are, older historical technologies. Things like artificial intelligence have been around for very long periods of time, but we haven't had compute power and data at the levels that we do today to be able to actually make them real. So we're continuing to look for those types of opportunities across, quite frankly, any kind of horizontal industry.
Brett, I'm going to ask you the last question before I give a final wrap up. We have an audience here of investors from around the globe. And one of the topics of this conference is to think about why the US? You're an international investor, you're coming from Australia. What do you think about the US? Why the US?
Thank you. Well, very attractive. Would frankly love to do more, because I think Secretary Mnuchin mentioned it earlier on. Amongst other things, as long-term investors, we can be confident about the rule of law, and contract enforceability is really important. So this country prides itself on creating a strong and stable environment for investors, and so as a result, we have a reasonably significant range of investments here, and like others, would be more than happy to take up the Secretary's offer to try and invest more in this country, because we feel that the environment is very supportive. The outlook, whilst there might be short-term blips here and there, like there is in every economy, long-term, this is an attractive place to invest, and we, on behalf of our investors from Australia and the US and globally, hope to have the opportunity to do much more of it.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Brett. I want to thank all of you for listening to us. I think we've touched a broad range of topics related to the increasing opportunities in the United States for investment in infrastructure, the dynamism of our economic system related to our capital markets, kind of funding available, the patient capital, whether it's for investing in the internet economy, in the growth economies, in life sciences, in financial markets, or the consistent long-term investment in infrastructure, and the kinds of conditions that make this a very attractive economy to invest in, and the sort of opportunities that are coming in infrastructure, and all of the new opportunities that will come with the changing landscape in the startup area. We appreciate all of your participation. On behalf of SelectUSA, I want to thank our panelists this afternoon, and please enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the Honorable Wilbur Ross, Secretary of Commerce of the United States.
Good morning again, everyone. It's great to see all of you here. It's my pleasure now to introduce a friend and colleague in the cabinet. And when President Trump nominated Alexander Acosta to become our nation's 27th Secretary of Labor, he recounted his remarkable resume. He's the son of Cuban refugees and a first-generation university graduate. In fact, he graduated both from Harvard College and Harvard Law School. Great achievements for anyone. Secretary Acosta has a history as an attorney, an academic, and a public servant, and he has served in several presidentially appointed and U.S. Senate confirmed positions. These include membership on the National Labor Relations Board, where he participated in or authored over 125 opinions. He also served as Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division and as U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida. While serving as U.S. Attorney, he successfully prosecuted many high-profile cases. More recently, Secretary Acosta served as the Dean of the Florida International University School of Law, and he has twice been named one of the nation's 50 most influential Hispanics by Hispanic Business Magazine. Last Friday, he and I were with the President in Miami for his historic announcement of new rules regarding Cuba. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a good welcome to U.S. Secretary of Labor, Alexander Acosta.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Ross. The Secretary mentioned that historic announcement, and I have to say it was so great to be back in my community at a time when the President was empowering the Cuban people, and for me that was heartwarming. But I'm here today to talk about SelectUSA. Since its inception, SelectUSA has facilitated more than $23 billion in investment, creating or retaining tens of thousands of U.S. jobs. This is outstanding. The United States welcomes job-creating investment. And as Secretary of Labor, I'm proud that American workers are known for their innovation and for their productivity. But there is much to do, and I'm here to tell you that as you invest in America, America is investing in its workers. The world economy is changing. As technology expands more and more rapidly, there is growing global concern over the skills gap. That's the difference between the skills workers have and the skills that available jobs demand. President Trump has been at the forefront of proposing solutions to support the American workforce and close this skills gap. In my short time today, I'd like to discuss these challenges and the President's initiatives to ensure that the American labor force remains highly skilled and ready to work. The skills gap was a topic of discussion by my colleagues, the labor ministers at the G20. There, labor ministers from each and every nation present named the skills gap as one of their greatest challenges. A Business Roundtable survey of American CEOs confirms this and puts the skills gap at the top of problems that need solutions. This gap is a manifestation of this age of acceleration in which we live. 10 years ago, we didn't have the iPhones that we carry in our pockets. Facebook was limited to college campuses. Uber wasn't even a concept. Take a minute and realize how much has changed in just 10 years. And as things change and as things continue to change, we in America are determined to ensure that the labor force skills change with technology. Right now, there are people in America working on innovations that will redefine our future change. And as a nation, we will actively invest in our workforce to keep pace with an economy that reinvents itself each and every decade. How is that done? Well, it starts with building a new paradigm in education. Today, higher education is delivering fewer workplace skills and more student debt. This is unfortunate and unsustainable. I had the honor to serve as Dean of Florida International University's College of Law before I became Labor Secretary. I have a deep respect for those in higher education. However, our system cannot be a false choice between learning and preparing for work. It can do both and do it well. Around the globe, many nations have addressed these issues through apprenticeships. Many in this room are familiar with this model of learning from its success abroad. Just a few minutes ago, I was at a roundtable on apprenticeships, and we were hearing from Mercuria and from BMW and from so many other countries that have invested here in the United States. And with those investments, they brought their model of apprenticeship training. Apprenticeships combine a paid work component with an educational component, teaching the skills needed to bridge the skills gap and the skills needed to succeed in jobs. Apprenticeships earn while they learn, reducing or avoiding the burden of student debt entirely. It's a system of nearly guaranteed employment where 9 out of 10 apprentices upon completion have a job. It's a system that provides above average salaries with a typical apprentice earning more than the typical college graduate. And it's a system where graduates of apprenticeship don't have the burdensome debt of other college graduates. Companies, additionally, know that apprenticeships bring a high value to them. At the roundtable, company after company talked about how they invest in apprenticeships because they see a difference in their workforce. Their workforce arrives ready to work. They work longer, they work faster, they work better. As a result, the apprentices hit the ground running when they start the job and are more productive. Yet here in the United States, apprenticeships are not used nearly as much as they are abroad, but that is now changing. Last week, President Trump signed an executive order tasking the Department of Labor with developing a process to foster apprenticeships in all industries. The executive order calls for apprenticeships to be integrated into our educational system. Demand-driven education gives young people the skills that they need to do the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow. You know, we build roads to promote commerce. We invest in infrastructure. And when we build a road or we build a bridge, we ask, where is it going? Will it be useful? As we invest in human capital through education, we are asking the same question. Is education useful? Are students acquiring the skills that will lead to a job? Are we teaching skills that we need to meet workforce demands? Over the next year, we'll invest nearly $200 million at the Department of Labor into expanding apprenticeships. Many of you currently have apprenticeship programs around the world. We want to encourage you to bring those programs to the United States. And we will work with you to create the right partnerships to make those programs succeed here. America's always been a place where the best ideas from around the world can be refined and applied in new and dynamic ways. When I was in Germany, I visited the BMW facility in Munich. And just today, I was talking with the head of the BMW facility in South Carolina. BMW apprentices attend classes there full-time while working 20 hours a week. BMW Scholars Program, as they call it here, and as they've adapted the German apprenticeship model to South Carolina, recently expanded from 60 to 100 students. As of last year, 107 of the 108 graduates were full-time employees of BMW. Think of that, 107 out of 108 got jobs. What college can boast that kind of record? In Alabama, Mercedes-Benz partners with the community college to educate workers for their plant and employs more than 3,500 of their state's residents. And apprenticeship programs are also useful in sectors outside manufacturing. Last week, I met Chris from Mercuria Trading. Mercuria brought the Swiss model of apprenticeship here. Well, Chris, after serving in the Navy, completed an intensive apprenticeship program in commodities trading. And today he works at Mercuria as an operations assistant. He has the skills, he has a great job, and he has a promising future. Later today, I'll be speaking with the American Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities. I'll be speaking with the university presidents, and my message to them will be that major public universities in the United States have an opportunity to provide students the skills they need to get a job and succeed through experience-based learning. And this Friday, again, I'll be speaking this time to the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And the message there will echo this message as well. Businesses are more likely to move to cities that provide skilled labor. And so mayors should adopt apprenticeship models within their cities. And by doing so, they can address youth unemployment. And so I want to close with the final thought. There's much talk about how Americans are divided over politics. But I'll tell you, I was at the White House announcement on this, and it was great. The chairman, or the chairwoman, I should say, of the Education and Workforce Committee was there. And the ranking member of that same committee was there. This is one initiative that unites Republicans and Democrats. Workforce education works. It's important. And as a nation, we are united in this one fact. We must invest in our workforce, and we will do that. When the president signed his executive order, he was flanked by members of both parties. It's an issue that transcends politics. President Trump is committed to making it easy to do business here in America. And the availability of a quality and skilled workforce is fundamental to this goal. We at the Department of Labor are ready to work with partners to support foreign investment that's invest in jobs here in America, that invest in a skilled workforce. So I want to thank Secretary Ross for organizing this summit and for inviting me to speak. And I'd like to encourage each of you that has knowledge in this area to bring it to the United States, to invest in apprenticeships here, to invest in our workforce. American workers are eager to fill the jobs of today, and they will have the skills to fill the jobs of tomorrow. And so thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next remarks will start after a short break. Please be aware that if you are exiting the ballroom during the break and are planning to attend the next session starting at 11 a.m., you must be back in the room by 10:50 a.m. and no later. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2017 Select USA Investment Summit program will begin in 10 minutes. Please find your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats and remember to silence your cell phones at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Courtney Finger, the editor-in-chief of FDI Magazine at the Financial Times Limited, to moderate a session on the U.S. national innovation ecosystem. Joining her are Mr. Maishi Masha Fujino, the founding president and chief executive officer of Honda Aircraft Company, Mr. Curtis Sasaki, the vice president of ecosystems at Samsung Strategic Innovation Center, and Ms. Julie Sweet, the Chief Executive Officer at Accenture North America.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I'd like to say a very big thank you to SelectUSA for allowing me the opportunity to lead this panel on such an important and exciting topic. Now, the United States is arguably the most innovative and dynamic economy in the world. And what's fueling that are, of course, innovations and the creativity and entrepreneurial flair that US companies have, but foreign companies and foreign direct investment are also crucial to driving and helping create and sustain the national innovative ecosystem, often working in conjunction with US companies. So we thought it'd be interesting to hear what's going on at the national level, but also what some key foreign investor companies are bringing to the ecosystem here. And we have representatives from different segments, different industries, different segments of the economy, all have an interesting role to play and a story to share. What I'd like to do is I'll introduce each one to you and ask you each to give your headline thoughts. I'm a journalist, so I like my headlines. Just set the scene, tell us how your companies are, where you fit into the national innovative ecosystem, what you're doing to drive innovation, and maybe some of your key thoughts on the US as an innovative economy and how we can keep sustaining that. First up is Michimasa Fujino. He's founding president and CEO of Honda Aircraft Company, of course, a company that all of you will know. This company's made a large investment more recently in North Carolina, and I'm hoping he'll tell us a little bit about that and tell us what Honda's doing to drive innovation, if you'll excuse the pun.
Okay. Good morning. Probably everyone knows Honda building automobile and motorcycle, but we actually making jet now. So for you to see our operation company, I prepared a very short video to introduce Honda Aircraft. So please take a look at the short video.
Thank you. Roll the video, please.
Good morning. My name is Michimasa Fujino, President and CEO of Honda Aircraft Company, which is responsible for the design, development, production, sales, and service of the Honda Jet. Honda Aircraft Company is based in North Carolina with a 133-acre facility and 1,800 associates from more than 30 countries in the world. The initial research began in Japan in 1997 from a single sketch. The concept for the Honda Jet is to create new value in business aviation with superior performance, efficiency, and comfort. This was achieved by breakthrough technologies such as Honda Jet over-the-wing engine mount configuration, new natural laminar flow wing, a composite fuselage structure, and highly automated avionics system. Through extensive theoretical analysis and testing, we could prove out the innovative concept of the most advanced light jet. After we proved the concept, we moved to the United States to fabricate a full-scale aircraft and conduct flight testing. A very small team of about 40 people worked to build and test the proof of concept on the jet. In December 2003, the Honda Jet made its successful first flight. The full-scale test proved that Honda Jet flies fastest, highest, and most fuel-efficient jet in its class, and demonstrated its great potential in light jet market. At that time, Honda Jet was still an experimental aircraft, but to test the market in 2005, we went to Oshkosh, Wisconsin, home of America's most passionate aviation enthusiasts to showcase the HondaJet at AirVenture, world's largest air show. Their response was overwhelming. The event became a pivotal moment for the HondaJet project. A year later, Honda finally decided to enter aviation industry, and we established Honda Aircraft Company, constructing a world headquarters, R&D center, and state-of-the-art production facility in Greensboro, North Carolina. In addition, the investment goes beyond Honda Aircraft. We established a HondaJet dealer network in the United States, as well as supplier network. To develop and certify an aircraft is extremely complex and difficult task. To obtain FAA type certification, we had to validate performance, safety, function, and reliability through extensive ground and flight tests. We conducted extreme cold weather test, hot weather test, water ingestion test, bird strike test, landing gear drop test, and more. Certification documents submitted to FAA actually exceed 2 million pages. In 2015, we finally achieved FAA type certification. Now each week, customers around the world come to Greensboro to pick up their HondaJet. I'm always delighted to personally deliver the aircraft to our customers. And I'm very proud to say HondaJet is now the most delivered light jet thus far in 2017. To give you a sense of the passion of our team, I would like to conclude by sharing the moment we received FAA type certification. Thank you very much.
The event is overwhelming. It's been a long road. A lot of people put a lot of work in, and you know, it's kind of an emotional experience. Going through this, seeing the facilities, seeing it develop, and finally getting to the finish line, it's just overwhelming.
It's a culmination of a lot of really hard work by a lot of very dedicated people. Now we get to start delivering airplanes.
This moment we are sharing together today is a peak experience in our lives. We invite you here tonight to celebrate FAA type certification.
It was in 1997 that Mr. Fujino first sketched what would become the HondaJet, an airplane with engines mounted on pylons high above the wing. Certification is the culmination of that hard work and that dedication, and the FAA is proud to be a partner with you in achieving this important milestone today.
When you were at AirVenture, you mentioned that you were visiting with the Experimental Aircraft Association, and it was a swarm of people visiting the airplane. Well, tonight, the experiment is over. Go fly!
Fantastic. Now I'm a little worried for our other panelists. You have to compete with this quite emotional and rousing, rousing video. But Fujino, congratulations, first of all, on bringing this to fruition. I hadn't realized you were actually sketching this out from the beginning. Talk about Mr. Innovation.
Yes, so I drew sketch in 1997, and at the time I didn't even dream of this moment happened. So I really appreciate these opportunities. And also, when I came to United States, I have a lot of support from American people, government, and state people. So I really appreciate all helps.
Yes, well, it's a great a great win for you and for Honda, but also for North Carolina and the US in general. I mean, this is the type of FDI project that everyone wants. It's extremely high value, but you're also marrying production, which is a good job creator, and also R&D and innovation. And I'm sure that access to this large market here was a main reason for the investment in the US, but you're obviously doing R&D there.
Yes.
So do you think access to market has any link and can fit well with R&D activity?
Yes. First of all, it is very critical to be here in the United States, especially aerospace industry. You know, aerospace industry, America is top in the world. So in order to be successful in this business, we have to have a relationship with top engineers, top business persons, and also government, like a certification process. Those are extremely important for us to be successful in aerospace industries. So I think it is very important for me to actually live here and work here and partnership with many companies, high-tech companies, and understand the local market. And that gives me inspiration to conceive new innovation to build very high-tech aircraft.
Fantastic, and we're very pleased that we could lure you here instead of the Paris Air Show. I know a lot of your aerospace colleagues are over there, but we're very glad to have you here telling your story.
Yes, I have to choose Paris or here, so I have to come
we're glad we won this time.
Yes, yeah.
And now, Curtis Sasaki is Vice President of Ecosystems at Samsung Electronics, another large multinational that you'll all be familiar with. Thank you also for agreeing on relatively short notice to stand in for your colleague who was called away on other business. Can you tell us a little bit about Samsung's experience in R&D in the US, some of the activities you're undertaking here, and what kind of innovations have resulted from that?
Certainly. You know, Samsung, we're approaching about $200 billion in sales annually now in the electronics business. But a lot of people don't know our presence in North America is quite robust. We have now surpassed 18,500 employees. And back in 1996, Samsung had the foresight to open the first R&D center in Silicon Valley. In Silicon Valley now we have 3,000 employees. So we're doing research in many different areas. That's where I actually started, developing one of the first big data platforms with machine learning. But one of the interesting products that came out of the research in Silicon Valley was our Gear watch, having the circle and this dial that actually acts as a user interface. But throughout North America, we have other R&D centers. We have one in Texas. We have also invested about $17 billion in a manufacturing facility doing the most advanced silicon fabrication. And we also have about 2,000 employees up in New York and New Jersey doing all of the sales and marketing for our products for the US. So we've actually been investing heavily. We acquired Harman most recently and added 3,500 employees. And we're continuing to add employees there as well. So we think, and maybe I'm a little jaded being in Silicon Valley, that some of the best ideas, don't just come from one country, but you have to take the ideas from all over the world, and if you can actually begin to put it together, that's when the best ideas come into play.
And I think this is where the public policy comes in, because innovation really needs to be driven by the private sector, but the environment has to be right to allow that to flower and develop.
Yeah, that's a very good question. One of the areas we're investing pretty heavily in right now is IoT. And there's a lot of concern regarding security and privacy. There's lots of innovation in terms of what you can use IoT for, both not only for consumer, but also for enterprise and industrial. So we're seeing a lot of excitement for companies who want to reinvent their businesses, even their factories, by putting new sensor technologies in, using big data to actually analyze the data. So we're putting sort of our money where our mouth is we're investing about $1.2 billion in the IoT space over the next 4 years. So we see this area as probably the next wave of innovation happening.
And I know that Samsung is perhaps more vocal than the company once was in trying to be a key part of these types of discussions in Silicon Valley and elsewhere.
Oh, sure. We're spending a lot of time here as well. We want to make sure that, as these new technologies evolve and grow, that, working with Congress, that we can evolve the market faster than trying to, rein in the market.
Right. Thank you very much. And last but not least, we have Julie Sweet, CEO for North America of Accenture. Now, Accenture is involved in innovation in a few different directions. I mean, your company itself is focused heavily on digitalization, and of course you have to innovate in yourselves and your business practices, but of course advising companies as well on how to do that. So how do you see your role in all this?
Well, great, Courtney. Well, I was just thinking, at the beginning you talked about what are the headlines, right? So when I was watching Fujino's video and I looked at the faces of the people and the excitement, like my headline was, invest in our people, right?
Yeah.
As I listened to you, Curtis, and where you start in Silicon Valley, but you're all over now, and I think about depth and breadth. So our headline at Accenture, the U.S. is our largest market. I lead a $16 billion a business with 50,000 people, and so our headline is we're investing in the U.S. because of the talent, the people, and the depth and breadth of really the innovation-led economy. So I announced a couple of months ago that we will, by 2020, create 15,000 net new jobs. We will invest $1.4 billion in the development and training of our people, mostly focused on new IT and really the future of innovation. And we'll be opening 10 new innovation hubs around the country, really getting at the point that you were getting at, Curtis, is that there really is both a need for innovation across the US, but a core of talent. Innovation is no longer and shouldn't be thought about as Silicon Valley, right? And if you're doing innovation around agriculture, you should think Des Moines, right? If you're thinking innovation about mining and the energy sector, you should think Houston. So you can walk into our innovation hub in Houston and you'll see a drone, kind of running around showing how we're using drones to do predictive maintenance. You'll go to a screen and get to feel like you're a supervisor in a mine and you're helping use IoT to help improve the safety of miners and improve operations. And that's what Houston's about. And so as we think about the US and why are we investing, it is because there is this depth and breadth of talent and need. And so we play a very unique role, in my view, in terms of the innovation-led economy in the US, because we're, first of all, innovators ourselves. So last week, as just one example, we announced that our labs that do research worked with 1QBit and Biogen to create an application using quantum computing that will help Biogen identify therapies for patients and get them to market faster and cheaper. And so it's one of the first known commercializations of quantum computing in the life sciences industry, and we did that with our labs. The other end of innovation is we announced earlier this year that we helped create Carnival Cruise's new wearable device that uses analytics and an IoT network to personalize every customer's experience on the cruise. Like, extremely innovative. It feels like the cruise has been personalized just for you. So we're innovating ourselves with our clients. The second thing we do is we curate and convene the ecosystem. So one of the things, when the constant theme in the C-suite is we know we need access to new ideas and startups, but there's so many. And so we, at any given time, are tracking 5,000 startups around the world and curating them for over 40 industries in terms of what are the right ideas, how do we bring them to our clients. And so, for example, the company Apogee, we saw them as a startup, invested in them, introduced them to our G2000 clients, They eventually went public and were bought by Google, right? And the beginning was, one of the roles we played was actually curating to see the power they offered. And we have lots of examples of that. And the way we're working with clients today is that the success factor is innovation, right? So whatever size company you are, that is your differentiator. And there's no company that can do that entirely alone. They need the access to partners and to create that ecosystem. And so we're working with incubators really all over the country, which is why we're opening innovation hubs so that we can work with clients differently and bring them in. Right here in DC, it's the 1776 incubator that we work with. And then finally, we're enabling innovation by the way we work with our clients. And so workforce transformation, one of the biggest questions I get asked is, how can you help us be innovative inside our company when we're big and we're a matrix and we don't have a culture of innovation? So we've done things like with Subway, setting up their digital unit entirely separate to help them foster that innovation. And then, of course, we help enable the investment through helping use things like machine learning, analytics, outsourcing that use these advanced technology to find the investment that's needed for innovation. So from those lenses, we see the US market as being one of the best markets to invest in because the talent that comes with that kind of innovation culture, the companies that are here who are fast adopters, and really the incredible talent that you see around the country.
Thank you, Julie. How do you advise that companies can best keep the skills pipeline going to keep up with digitalization and also to create innovation? Because it requires thinking not just of how to recruit today, but knowing where tomorrow's workers are coming from.
I think it really starts with a very clear talent strategy and a recognition that the skills that are needed cannot all be found inside. And so one of the things we really work with clients on is, what are the skills that you have today that you need to reskill? So build on your own foundation. We ourselves last year, we reskilled in new IT 20% of our employees in the US, and we'll do twice that this year. So building on a foundation of understanding what the skills you need, then understanding what are the skills for the future or to build the new models that are really rare, that are hard to find in the market, and do you source those by partnering and having just a few of those skills? I was with a travel company the other day who said, look, analytics is critical to our future, but we know we're not going to be the first stop for the best data scientists. So help us figure out how to partner and access that, and really just what do we really need inside. And then, of course, I think it's really important. It's one of the things that the government, the Trump administration has been focusing on. I know Senator Acosta was here. Companies like Accenture and the administration has been convening companies to help build the pipeline of the future through apprenticeships, through partnerships with universities around what are the core curriculum, and really matching demand with skills. And I think one of the great times right now in terms of is being able to be a part of that and really help shape the pipeline that you need as a company.
And I know that one of your pet topics is diversity in the workforce. How does that lend itself to an innovative environment?
Well, I think we've really reached an inflection point because of the disruption that's happening across industries. What we consistently hear in the C-suite is we need to change our leadership, we need to change our perspective, and that diversity is critical to that. We cannot, companies are trying to be the disruptors and not the disrupted. And there's a widespread recognition that diversity of all kinds is really critical to that. And I think that's why you saw just last week, 175 CEOs around the country signed the CEO Action for Diversity and Inclusion. And this is a collective action where we are agreeing to act as a hub to share best practices and committing to really drive diversity at each of our companies. And I think it's a reflection of the real value diversity plays in innovation and the need for that.
Thank you. And Curtis and Fujino, if I can turn to you now. Your both companies are known as manufacturers and creators of products, but the underlying thing that's come out in what Julie said as well as your comments is that, I mean, every company now is a tech company, right, in one way or another, because it all requires innovation and technology. So, and it's interesting that your companies, you cite the production facilities and also the R&D. Do you feel that the lines are becoming blurred between industry and technology, and what makes a manufacturer as opposed to an innovator?
Yeah, so for example, like an automobile, there is no boundary between hardware and software anymore. Very high tech, and many systems are integrated by software. And similar approach for company operation too. For example, Honda Aircraft Company, we have not only R&D center, but also headquarters to operate business, and also manufacturing facilities and customer support. And all functions integrated by using corporate-wide ERP system. And all data connected at one location, and all business performance is measured by KPI and performance index. So every week I could check each operation's efficiency and status of the business by quantitative figures instead of just like a perception, intuition. So by employing those high-tech software, ERP systems, and as business become more competitive, the boundary between the manufacturer. So I think there is no longer have a concept, conventional concept of manufacturing or like industrial or high-tech technology companies. So we got to make a multidisciplinary approach. So this is a kind of aerospace term, but multidisciplinary to integrate each discipline or each technical area, and make the companies maximum performance. And that performance definition is more like a global operation instead of local maximum. So that is very important, and surely the as you mentioned, the boundary between the industry or traditional thought about the industry or technology companies no longer exist.
But this impacts the type of workers that you need and the skill level that you need to recruit.
Yes, yeah. So maybe as she said that we are also very diverse. We recruiting talent from all over the world. And those diversity is very critical for us to operate. And fortunately, doing business in the United States is a very good opportunity for us to attract talent from all over the world, not only from Japan, but we have many associates from Europe, Korea, and so South Americans. And those diversity stimulate innovations a lot. And those diversity creating a new business style. So that is a big advantage for us to choose the United States as a main, let's say, main headquarters of this business.
Yes, and I think this actually points to the need for immigration policies to be mindful of the need to draw in international talent at all levels, as well as, of course, recruiting and creating jobs locally.
Could I make a point?
Sure.
To answer your question too. I mean, one of the things we see is, consumers are never satisfied. They want the next technology, which is kind of a forcing function of a company like us.
Especially with gadget companies. So
well, I wouldn't even say gadgets. I mean, we're basically trying to better people's lives. Sometimes it may be through gadgets, sometimes it may not be. But because consumers have this need for the next generation technology every year, it forces us to be very creative and innovative. And some of it happens both organically and some of it happens inorganically. So we invest in a lot of startups, as you mentioned. We see a lot of ideas coming from incubators. But how that goes back to the industrial side, I mean, we have factories as well. But all this new technology requires us to constantly innovate in our industrial manufacturing side as well.
Of course.
What we're seeing as well is there's always a notion about everything has to be greenfield, but there's also a lot of demand for what's called brownfield, taking existing infrastructure and adding technology on top of it, not replacing. because that's expensive and risky. So right now in the industrial space, there's a lot of innovation happening, just sort of adding technology to what already exists today.
Yeah, and I know that Samsung is, you fill in some of these innovation gaps through acquisitions. As you mentioned one already. How does that work? Yeah, I mean, we obviously don't believe we're going to invent everything ourselves. We are a firm believer in open innovation. We have a lot of investments in startup companies around the world. One of our latest innovations in our phone is iris scanning for replacing or augmenting, fingerprint to get into your phone. And that didn't come from inside the company. It was actually through working with a company here. So we have to sort of combine the ideas and talents, not just within the company, but how do you actually see what's going on globally, pick and choose which ones actually kind of meet your sort of market dynamics, and then figure out how to integrate it in.
Yes. And I think, Courtney, as I think about this, you keep coming back to the importance of talent in terms of investing in the U.S. So I sit on the Executive Council of the Business Roundtable, which is leading companies in the U.S., as well as the American Technology Council. And one of the things that is very uniform, and I know you guys do that as well with your workers, is the investment companies are making not only in their own employees, but in the communities and with the colleges to create the pipeline, to do exactly what you're talking about with the brownfield, which is, you think about that, there is a lot of upskilling of your employees and new kinds of talent. And I think one of the power of investing in the US is that you really do get to take advantage and tap into what I think is a very common culture across companies, both US companies and foreign companies who come here, of a really investing in communities and in workers and employees to continuously refresh the talent and the skills to drive what each of you are talking about.
Yes, and you have to be so far ahead of it because you really need, even at grade school level, the curriculum to be mindful of the types of jobs that these kids will need to pursue 10, 15 years down the road. You've started, Julie, on a question I wanted to ask everyone on the panel, which is, what unique attributes do you think the U.S. has as a hub for innovation? I mean, every economy these days, even in emerging markets, are all focused on innovation, and there's R&D activity happening everywhere. But what do you think remains unique about the U.S. for this?
Well, I think from my perspective, again, I've been in Silicon Valley for many years. There's this really nice collaboration with universities. And I think from the overall US, that's been inherent for many years. I think other countries are trying to figure out how do you actually have that kind of similar entrepreneurship that's happened in the universities. I mean, so many other startups, came out of universities. So I think that's kind of a unique thing we still have.
Does Samsung work with universities on spin-out technologies?
We work with universities in many different areas. Joint projects together, joint research, a lot of it in the digital health space, most recently, machine learning area. So yes, for sure.
Good. And Fujino, what's your thoughts on this?
So when actually my children go to American universities, and when I visit the schools, it's maybe the student mindset is very different. Like a top student in Japan want to join like a very large established companies or government. But in the United States, top students really want to start their own business to realize their thought. And actually even curriculum or teachers or professors encourage them to start new business. So that is a very big difference between the Japan, other country, and the United States. And those, maybe this is a little bit emotional, but that kind of student or young people who has passion and culture, that is a very, probably the main core competency for United States to start innovation or new business. And instead of choosing very conventional career path, but also try to challenge new things. That is very unique compared to the Japan.
Yeah, I do think the entrepreneurial mindset is very much embedded in the American psyche.
Yes, yeah.
And if we look going forward, I mean, with innovation, of course, you have to not just be keeping up, but be out in front. And the U.S. is facing a lot of competition now. The FDI data that we have in our segment of the Financial Times is showing China actually catching up rapidly, for example, in attracting R&D investments. And I'd like to ask each of you, what do you think the U.S. could and should do in order to maintain its innovation edge? And I'll start with Julie.
Well, you know, I think as a member of the Business Roundtable, we really focus on three things for the U.S. economy, which are tax reform, regulation reform, and infrastructure. And these are three critical areas that, you know, we're certainly focused on from an overall competitiveness perspective. I think what you see in the private sector in response to some of the competition is, I think the U.S., and what I think really makes us very attractive, is that we really have a collaboration culture that's grown in response to both the need for large companies and some of the best technology companies in the world, for example, to not just coexist alongside the startups and the new ideas, but to have companies who are really able to harvest those ideas. And so you have across the US a collaboration culture between mature companies, governments, universities, and startups that I think really is second to none in terms of the breadth and the crossing of the industries. You take something like a fintech lab in New York, which we helped co-found with the Partnership of New York and 4 banks. It now has 33 banks. It has an incredible engine of startups that have really, you know, changed the financial services industry. And that's now spread around the world, and it started here. And you can go example after example. So I think continuing to have those models, as you talked about, really bringing together those 4 sectors, I think we're ahead there, and we need to continue to foster that culture.
And not operate in silos.
That's right.
Curtis?
Well, I think there's a couple ways of looking at it. One is, you know, should we just view them as another area of innovation and start to invest there as well? So, you know, rather than saying, you know, they're the competition, how do you actually get them to be part of the ecosystem in general? You know, they have very good ideas as well. And one of the things that we see is, you know, that's obviously a growing market, but there are certain things you have to do for that market itself. So some of those ideas actually should come from within China. So we think having R&D in China makes sense. Doing investments in China makes sense, so that you also become part of their ecosystem.
Because it doesn't necessarily have to be a zero-sum game.
Right, exactly.
Right.
And Curtis, we see that with the incubators. The very best incubators, the ones with the global network. Like, so you take 1776 here in DC, who happened to be with yesterday, so they're on my mind. But they have a union. Their union platform is global.
Right.
So, and that goes to this collaboration culture of collaborating wherever it is, that I think is really important. And are you seeing that in the same way in Silicon Valley and elsewhere?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's you know, people kind of move around. People from China spend time in Silicon Valley, go back. We send people to China as well. Early in my career, I opened up one of the early incubator labs in China, and saw the potential there. And now they're, I think, reaching their potential in terms of technology skills. So now that we have to figure out, how do you tap into that? How do you benefit from that? And then how do you actually grow your own business there too?
And Fujino, how do you think the U.S. can keep its innovative edge?
I work for aerospace industry, so it may be a little bit different, but United States has a very strong culture to collaborate. For example, when I conceived the original idea of the Honda Jet and I explore innovations, that was filed in Japan, and my main studies, my main research is more like a theoretical analysis or computational fluid dynamics simulations. But when we have to apply those innovations to actual real aircraft, we have to validate, verify those technology is reliable, and those technologies surely works. And in order to validate those technologies, we have to have very sophisticated facilities to prove those technologies. So that's why one of the reasons why I came to United States is there is many infrastructure facilities to do such very sophisticated aerospace testings. For example, we work with NASA Langley to conduct transonic wind tunnel, or water ingestion test, NASA WAROP, or icing test in NASA Glenn Research, and also extremely cold weather, minus 40 degrees. Actually, we use Eglin Air Force Base cold chambers. That is located in Florida, so I don't know why Florida is cold weather testing. But, and also universities too, as they said, university has many skill sets and facility too, like we use University of Washington low-speed wind tunnel, and also industry too. When we conduct transonic tests, we use a Boeing transonic wind tunnel. So we are able to access those sophisticated test facilities and with collaboration spirit or partnerships. And those collaboration is a very strong core competency of the United States. And many people collaborate together to evolve technologies and the next phase. And sometimes disruption happens. So I think that is one of the big strengths of the United States.
It's interesting because that's the thread of all of your discussions from these different industries, that the secret weapon that the U.S. has in innovation is this collaborative culture and the joined-up approach. So that would be the key to keeping the competitiveness along with all the other functions, talent, skills, and everything else, which kind of leads to the question of the public sector's role in all of this. And I want to ask our Silicon Valley guy, because one thing that strikes me going around the world in looking at FDI is obviously every location wants to be Silicon something else and create this kind of ecosystem. And, oh, we've built some funky coffee shops and some kooky workspaces, then we're going to have an innovation hub. I mean, can you create such a thing artificially based on public sector policies? Or, I mean, really Silicon Valley, it was an environment that grew up and it happened organically. So what levers do governments have to try to create this kind of situation?
Well, hopefully there's no policy generated to create something like this. I think Silicon Valley, because of the strong universities there, the one thing that I didn't mention earlier is one differentiation is there's no fear of failure, right? A lot of startup companies get started by someone who probably failed maybe 2 or 3 times before and then succeed. That's something you don't create in policy.
Yeah, that's quite an American mentality as well.
Yeah, but I think that's a really important factor because, I have friends who started companies and, failed miserably, and now they're created very successful companies. And it's never about, I failed so I can't do it again.
Yeah.
So how do you actually get that into the culture of a new location? The government can help in terms of maybe some level of funding. I know some countries are putting innovation labs together themselves and funding it. I'm not sure that's the best way, but please don't get in the way of having those created.
But a big company such as yours coming to the U.S. and doing innovative research and technology, what do you expect from the public policy at the government level?
So when I take a look at the history of Honda, Honda came to United States in 1959, and we have a big growth from 1959. And actually we have, I think, 17 companies and 67 local offices in the United States already. And the total investment is exceeding 18 billion. And looking at those history of Honda, main reason why we are able to expand this business is basically United States economy is based upon the open trade philosophy or policies, and very open to the people who want to start new business, and of course, like who want to make innovations. So those open environment, and also again, as I repeat, the collaborations, those are very important. So I think I take a look at the histories of Honda, and if I take a look at more long-term basis, those political environment may not have much impact on the business opportunity here in the United States.
Right. And then I think continuing to think about the public policies, to what extent can the country's approach to innovation be politics-proof? So what you want is an environment that continues to be conducive and open to innovation and helps encourage it, regardless of which party is in power or the political favor of the day. Julie, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think a lot of it is about what you want to focus on. And so one of the things that I think doesn't always get enough attention is the importance of state and local governments in the U.S. around creating the pipeline of diverse talent and critical skills. So one of my areas of passion is really women in technology fields. And we did research last year that said that when you look at computer scientists, the percentage of women graduating from college with computer science degrees has actually declined over the last 20 years. And when we did research and said, why is that true? What we saw was critical was actually the K through 12 educational system and the need to actually tailor curriculum to girls in computer science. And so, for example, if you have a woman teacher, a young girl is 26% more likely to study computer science in college, and it has no effect on the boy. If you change the kind of curriculum, it can really change the outcomes. And so if you think about the role of a state and local government in a bipartisan area around education, as you know, today we're talking about spending a lot more money putting computer science in all schools, but they can do so with this eye toward diversity by design. And great example of bipartisan competitiveness is all around talent. It's true in every country in the world. And so I think really focusing on what are the key ingredients to competitiveness, to really taking care and providing opportunity for our people, and then working together on that agenda and thinking about it at every level of government.
Curtis?
That's a tough question.
That's why I asked.
No, I think...
Over to you, Curtis.
Yeah. I think, no matter what party you're in, you want to create, better lives for your citizens. I had a chance to talk to some of the mayors around San Jose, San Francisco, and they're looking at technology to really improve their citizens' lives. What does smart cities really mean? What does autonomous driving really mean for them? And what's interesting is some of the answers that you get back is not what you think, right? Autonomous driving, that actually is going to help elderly people, give them mobility to go to the grocery store. Smart cities, having sensors on poles can detect earthquakes or potentially gunshot sounds. So I think there's certain things that probably go beyond, Democrat, Republican. It's really to help citizens have a much better life, and I think that won't get in.
So we can all agree that that's a good thing, right?
I hope so.
And for Gino, my guess is that these political movements may not matter much to you because what's come out of what you've said is that you care much more about the cultural fabric of the U.S., the collaborative approach, the entrepreneurial flair. So to what extent does Honda care? Who's in power, who's not, the policies of the day?
Yeah, it's very sensitive questions.
I know.
But we are looking at more long-term business instead of this year, only this year.
Of course. You're making big investments that are going to need to last for a long time.
Yes, yeah. So, of course, we have to sometimes take some like a strategy change because of short-term political environment. But as I said, if I take a look at the long-term basis and on this history and on this future, we think, basic philosophy, like if market is open, open trade policies and philosophy is applied, I think our direction is not so kind of deviated from our original goals, even if some short-term political environmental changes to it.
Thank you. And I think, Curtis, your point about the importance of state and local governments is very valid because the U.S. being federalized as it is. And I've been asking people a lot at the conference, a lot of companies, what do you think about this policy of the administration? What do you think about that? And they say, well, we're more concerned about, we have relationships at the state level, we're worried about the local environment. So I think that's sometimes lost in the discussion. Julie, I just want to ask you about analytics. It's something that you mentioned already with data analytics, which fits in with Curtis and his big data projects. And I know that Accenture has a partnership, I believe, with MIT on analytics innovation. How does data analytics lend itself to wider innovation?
Well, I think it's really not an exaggeration that every company needs to become a data-driven company, and we see that in every industry. We see it in government, and the technology is really available now to enable it. It's really not an issue around technology. It's much more an issue around cultural change and really understanding the power of analytics. And so one of the things we work with a lot of companies who say we have tons of data, but we don't know what it means to be a data-driven company, and that's really about making decisions using real-time access to data and making those decisions differently. So even you take Accenture, we started using predictive analytics around sales. And that was really hard from a cultural change because every salesperson thinks, they're going after the big one, they know they're bringing value, like they're gonna win it. And we were able to show that by using analytics that looked at all the different aspects of a sale in terms of relationships, the fit of the technology, all of these different aspects, that we could predict whether in fact what we were trying to sell was going to really resonate with the client and bring them value far better than sort of that gut instinct on the ground. Right. And that took a cultural change of really saying that makes sense because it's better, you're going to bring better value to your client and you're going to be much more efficient. And so once you have that culture, and usually you need to start small and then scale, it really allows the kind of innovation that makes companies successful because you're not worried about, I have clients who won't ask questions because they know that they don't have the access to the data and it'll take 2 weeks to get it. So they start censoring themselves as to what they want to understand about their business. And so once you create the technology solution that allows you to have real-time data and the culture to use it, it really opens up both from an efficiency and sort of opens up the boundaries to think differently about your business and to be much more agile. And that's critical if you want to be an innovation-led company. And so it's a journey that we really see every company embarking on. We're at different stages, and there's like good ways and wrong ways to do it because it's actually can be quite disruptive because
if it's
of
not
the power.
handled properly.
Exactly.
And Curtis, where do you see big data and open data in all this? I know this is something you're very involved with.
Oh, yeah. I'll give you one example of a startup company I talked to in San Francisco. They actually have reinvented the stethoscope. The stethoscope hasn't changed for 50 plus years. Doctors wear around their neck. And they actually created a module that plugs into the stethoscope and does two things. Pretty simple. It does amplification, noise reduction. So what they found is as physicians age, there's hearing changes as well. So this device actually does a noise reduction, noise cancellation, and you can hear better. But then they had a brilliant idea of actually connecting it to a cloud. And in the cloud, they're collecting all the sample data from people's heartbeat, heart rates, their breathing patterns, and they're now using big data and to do what's called anomaly detection. So they know, they can begin to predict if you have AFib,
Right.
some of those effects. So it's actually helping physicians actually do better diagnostics. It's also more real time.
Right.
So that's a simple example of using big data analytics and machine
There's
learning.
some very exciting applications.
Very interesting and a pretty simple idea that started. So I can name probably 1,000 examples of companies who are doing things because of the back-end platform that can do these kinds of things now. That's going to open up whole new business opportunities.
Yeah, and of course it's intrinsically linked to smart city initiatives, which is pretty much all the rage everywhere now.
You know, San Francisco, 30% of the traffic is people driving around looking for parking. So I was talking to the one of the CTO City of San Francisco, and they're looking for solutions for that, right? That can actually tell you in a mobile application, here's a stall, you can prepay and just park.
Yeah.
So you're right, there's all kinds of interesting ideas happening.
And Fujino, we've mentioned already about the importance of the state and local factors. I know we have a number of representatives, economic developers from the state and local level here at the summit, and they love to get intel and know what drives a big location decision such as the one you made. How did you arrive at the choice of North Carolina, and what were the key factors that you were considering above and beyond just being in the US, but that particular site?
Yeah, so the site location is a big decision for me. And yeah, we identify like 5 or 6 candidates, and we finally chose North Carolina. And at the time, the major driver for my decision is I'm looking at 5 years, 10 years. So I really want to see the potential of the site, how much they can grow. Especially aerospace company, we have to be located at the airport. So airport, site development planning, and also the aerospace company has to supply all spare parts. So logistics is very critical. And at the time, there is a plan to develop the FedEx facilities. So I'm looking at logistics, and also most important factor is the certification too. Airplane has to take a type certification from FAA, and FAA's office is assigned to each territories, and I have a good relationship or good connection with local Atlanta office. So like a certification and also local support and workforce is very high quality workforce in the North Carolinas, and also future potential for growth. Those are all come together as decision factors.
How much do incentives matter for you?
Of course, incentive is one of the factors, but generally when Honda choose a site, is more focused on our objectives, not short-term monetary values. So of course, incentive is one of the factors, but we are looking at the more holistic way to choose the location. And North Carolina is one of the best choice, and I think I made a good decision.
You're happy with your choice?
Yes, yes.
Courtney, because I know we're almost in, I would like to say one thing is that we haven't covered is, I think one of the great reasons to invest in the US is because we have companies like Honda Aircraft and Samsung Electronics. I mean, just think about what you guys have talked about and what you've brought us as a country, and I think there's so many examples. We have amazing companies who've come to invest and really become part of the heart of America, and so as an American, I thank you and your companies, and I do think it's one of the great reasons to come here, and Curtis, you said it so well, that the important thing is to draw on the best of the world, and I think in the US you find that here, and you find the people who want to do that. So thank you very much for investing in the US and bringing so much to us.
Yes, and I think that's a good note to conclude on, because foreign investors, of course, they bring jobs, they bring capital, and skills and technology, but crucially, they bring their own innovations and meld them with homegrown innovations, and that's when you can create a truly successful ecosystem. So we need to always be mindful of the importance of these foreign companies and what they're bringing. So thank you again for that. Thank you for your attention, and please have a round of applause for my excellent panelists.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Secretary of State Rex Tillerson. I regret that I could not attend this year's summit in person, but I thank all of you for attending, especially those of you from companies, trade associations, and governments who have traveled from around the world to be here. I hope that you all have made valuable contacts, have learned about the outstanding investment climate in the United States, and are prepared to act on the new opportunities here. President Trump has made clear we are committed to strengthening public and private sector economic relationships, which will stimulate economic growth, provide jobs in the United States, and help your companies grow. Our ambassadors, embassies, and State Department staff are ready to support your work and are a resource you can draw upon to answer questions, resolve concerns, and provide assistance as you work to bring your investments to fruition. They can connect you with investment specialists to identify reliable information on markets and consumers and available federal, state, and local resources. State Department consular offices are also in the SelectUSA Pavilion to answer your questions. My time in business and working in countries around the globe has confirmed that the United States is the world's best place to do business. You don't have to take my word for it. Just ask the thousands of foreign-based companies already doing business in America. Recently, the U.S. became the top-ranked foreign direct investment destination for the 5th year in a row, and the future is bright for those seeking opportunities here. I hope you've enjoyed the summit, that you have developed new relationships, and that you're ready for new engagement and new investments in the United States. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage the Honorable Fred Volkanczyk, the Executive Director of SelectUSA.
Thank you very much. I am so pleased to stand here before you today and report that we had over 3,000 participants this year. And that we have, yes, 3,000, over 3,000. I mean, it's just as exciting as it can be. And not only that, we have over 1,243 investors from over 64 countries. And I want to thank each of you for coming to the United States and coming here to participate in this wonderful SelectUSA Summit. But now is the time for the plenary session to come to an end, and it's time for us to go to lunch and then go down there to the exhibit hall and do business. And I wish each and every person here success in reaching out and getting the support and the help that you need, and then making deals, because at the end of the day, we're talking about doing business together. Thank you on behalf of Secretary Wilbur Ross for your presence here today and for your participation, because we are all partners in this effort to grow and build strong companies and a strong relationship. Thank you for being here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, be sure to pick up your IDs and drop off any interpretation equipment. We invite you to attend breakout panel sessions that will begin at 2 p.m. For more information about sessions and locations, please reference your program. Lastly, at this time, we invite you to join us for lunch in the exhibition hall.